And good evening, good day, ladies and gents, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to Splendid Isolation number 18. And before we get started, I'm going to do what I usually do and play us a bit of patriotic music. And Patriotic Archive will probably be pleased to learn that both of the tunes I'm going to play this week are from his excellent channel. So let's start with the first one.
Oh, come on. Even Edward Dutton's better than this. This is Boomer Tech. This is Duke.
I was going to say it, but I'm not rude enough.
Can you hear me, guys? Guys, can you hear me?
I can hear, yeah.
Yeah, because my screen is actually...
you've not clicked.
My screen has actually gone blank, so I don't know what's happening here at the moment.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, he's just done what I was going to suggest, that he would just like come back. So, well, this is a good start. 2 minutes in, 2 minutes of dead air. That's great.
It's pure entertainment. It's pure entertainment.
It's all off the cuff, ad hoc, you know.
It's the best way. It's the British way, in fact.
Absolutely.
So I had a nice walk, Sojo. Good walk.
Yeah, my legs are hurting now, so I've got a bit of an echo, have I? Sorry, I don't think it's anything I can do.
I don't think you do. Oh no, it's me. Sorry, it's because
it's you. Oh, all right.
Yeah. So if I go.
Yeah, had a good walk. Been out in the sun, so I feel revitalised. So that's all good. That was after the funeral, which I thought was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah. I was. I didn't actually see very much of it. I probably should have watched it a bit more, but I don't know. It's just sort of like the link of the church and the state. It's what England is at the end of the day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad that somebody else picked up on that as well, because I felt the same way, and really I made a tweet to Niall and I said, I'm not a man of faith actually, but I instinctively know that what I just saw today with the Anglican Church and the monarchy, those are our traditions. And in many ways I kind of see myself as being a kind of cultural Christian, sort of kind of like a secular Jew, I suppose, like the Anglo equivalent. Duke, you're back.
I am. I'm just going to see. I'm just going to try and see if this will work this time. You can't see.
Dude. Come on.
Well, that didn't work, did it?
That's all right. We're only 5 minutes in. I'm sure Ataman will be here soon.
Oh, good. We'll get there in a minute.
Val said none of you seem to be able to run a stream without crashing it.
Probably true, actually. That's probably true.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what's going on with this. I'm going to give this one more try. Okay. I've never had this problem before. Well,
Yeah, there we go.
there we go.
Oh, Jake, you're on mute.
Hello.
Yes,
We
okay.
love it. We love it. All right.
Boomer, boomer, boomer. Yeah, okay. That was Lily Bolero, which is a regimental march of either the Grenadier or the Coldstream Guards. I can't remember which now, but one of them. So, how are we going today, gentlemen?
Yes, very well. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. So, have you got anything you particularly want to bring up, Sojourner, this week as a opening gambit?
No, not really. Just like to remark on the very touching and wonderful funeral of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh today. I watched that from 1,500 kilometres away in a foreign country on YouTube, and I did miss home a little bit because Berkshire is my own home county, and it looked splendid with its clear blue skies today. So I felt a little bit homesick.
Yeah, Berkshire's lovely. I lived there for quite a long time. The only thing I found a bit sad was all the bloody silly masks that the soldiers and so on had to wear. And I thought it was a bit of a shame that the poor Queen was seen there totally on her lonesome because of these ridiculous China virus rules. But there we go. But apparently it's okay for the bandsmen not to wear masks while they play their instruments. So there you go.
Well, when I saw the family walking behind the casket, I suppose, the coffin, none of them were wearing masks. But when the coffin was taken off of the really nice Land Rover, and walked into the chapel, those guys were wearing masks. So I don't know what to say really. Yeah, the masks are gay. I'm sick and tired of wearing a mask. You know, what else is there to say?
Yeah, I don't wear one at all now. I actually had a nurse from the hospital knock on my door, and she knocked on all the doors on the street last week. This is obviously in Australia. And she was trying to give away free masks and also free hand cleanser and stuff. And I just said, no, thank you. I don't need them to either of them. Because I've got my own hand cleanser and what have you, and I don't need masks. So. But I don't know how many no's she got. I hope more than just me. Because really, we've just got to start saying no to this stuff, I think, or it's just going to continue forever, as far as I can think. Royal Oak, anything you particularly want to bring up this week?
Me and Sojo were just talking before about how, excuse me, you could just sort of see that the links between, you know, the church and the state. Like officially, you know, Anglicanism is the state religion of you know, of this country, right? And obviously you can see there's a lot of the religious stuff there. You can see, I don't know, you can sort of like see what, you know, the sort of old powers used to be before they were sort of like, I don't know, you could say after 1997 they were totally, all their power was taken away pretty well. But as Ozzy said in the chat, I think you know, it was a bit, I mean, I don't know, I suppose like a lot of people don't have any more sympathy for the monarch than other people, but even on a human level, you can sort of appreciate, like, she's sitting there on her own. She's lost her husband of, I don't know how many years, like 50 plus, isn't it?
70 odd, actually.
70 odd, yeah. So, you know, it's sad on that level. And obviously, I think it was Ozzy said in the chat, Her Majesty appointed by God and beyond reproach should be caged by materialistic middle class prescriptions. It's a fury. It's beyond fury what they did to her. But yeah, I think
thought she looked so sad sitting there on her own. It was like,
I mean,
obviously she's going to be sad, but I mean, like, it's a pity that some of her family weren't sitting with her as well. You know, I just think, you know, and obviously, what Her Majesty was there is she represents what's happened to so many other non-royal families around Britain while this ridiculous lockdown stuff's been going on. When they've had loved ones who've died. You know, I just think it's just totally ridiculous. It really is.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't really have I mean, the whole mask thing. I mean, it didn't really bother me wearing the mask. It's different where I am because I literally have to wear the mask everywhere in public.
Jesus.
Even if I'm in the woods by myself, I'm technically meant to have it on. But the trade-off has been that, you know, life has been as sort of normal here. Schools are open, all the shops are open. There's been no restriction on quote-unquote non-essential buying, that kind of thing. The restaurants are open, the pubs are open. You just have to wear a mask. But even now, I'm just getting sick of it. That I'm out for a walk and I'm wearing this fucking mask.
You're going to find it harder in the summer, though, Sojo, aren't you? Because it's going to get quite warm when you're in the summer, actually, man.
Yeah, I suppose so. But well, I'll just have to spend more time on the terrace, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they got a batch of vaccines a couple of weeks ago to cover half of the population here. So fingers crossed that there will be some developments and they will sort of ease back on the restrictions. But I don't know. Certainly in England and the UK, it should be a different story with, you know, 99% of people who are at risk being vaccinated. Yeah, like why is there even a lockdown now? I mean, you know,
yeah. And what you're hearing on the news, or what I'm hearing when I look at the news and so on, is that they're already starting to pop up and say, oh, there's more people dying and there's all these different variations, and they're just making excuses. And I just don't see it ending when they say it's going to end at all. In fact, I don't think we're ever going to go back to normal at the moment, quite frankly. I just don't see it. I see no evidence that there's any plans to go back to normal at all. This is too good for the governments to use.
But why is it good? I don't understand this sort of presupposition that.
Well, first of all, there's the enormous power grab that governments have been able to do over this supposed pandemic, and governments don't give back powers that once they have them very easily.
That's not true.
Well, they don't, though, do they, Sojo? I mean, how often the government, once they have a power, they don't give it away.
Yeah, but you can take the sort of like the Second World War as being a good example of that, where, you know, powers were implemented for the pure purpose and function of, you know, executing a war, and then eventually those things were rolled back. Eventually,
I would say, like my father told me, for example, that sweets, what the Americans, for anyone who's not British in the audience, call candy, sweets in the UK were still on ration when he went into the army in 1951. So they didn't give them away very quickly, all those extra powers.
I mean, even in terms of the size of the state, the reason that Winston Churchill wasn't elected in 1945, despite being widely popular, was because he wanted to rein back in the state. That's why they elected Clement Attlee.
Yeah, because they wanted their wonderful, now holy National Health Service, all this crap. So yeah, I mean, absolutely, and there's an interesting thing to be done there, not perhaps on this stream, but one of the things that's quite interesting is that there were lots and lots of generally socialist left-wing military education officers around the forces in the Second World War, and those guys had a big part to play in how many of the servicemen, some of them of course were very young chaps, how they voted in 1945. It's quite an interesting subject, I believe.
Well, I suppose I don't know. It's what they thought of Churchill, because I don't know. Is it your position that a lot of military people didn't like Churchill at the time?
Churchill was regarded by some in the military as a bit of a warmonger, certainly, but I also think that what's worth thinking, what's worth looking at, is, as I say, that there were a lot of these socialist and left-wing, even Marxist military education officers around in the military of the day. And they certainly, from my reading and what people have told me, played quite a big part in influencing how many of the younger soldiers and sailors and airmen voted in that 1945 election. So I think that's something that would be worth looking at perhaps on another stream, maybe not this one. I'll tell you the subject I was going to bring up today, which I found recently, was the British cop in Cambridge who lost his job because he said some Pakistani guy was going to play the race card, apparently, as far as I can work out, of course, because the mainstream media won't even say what he said exactly, but it wasn't anything particularly bad, so far as I can work out. And they sacked him. He's lost his job. And that was at a Christmas party because some Pakistani happened to overhear him and then reported him. And the guy was completely sacked. So, for that. And yet you see cops, knocking little old ladies off chairs at lockdown protests and stuff like that. And, nothing happens to them whatsoever. It's just, I just think we're in clown world,
Well, it's the whole thing with the police that a lot of people have spoken about, isn't it? Because it used to be quite a right-wing institution, but I don't think it is now.
No, I think you'll be positively held back if you were right-wing now. And I mean, that's why this guy was sacked. It was to pass a message on to other police that you can't say anything like that. And like I said, all I think he said was that, this so-and-so might play the race card. And that apparently is now hate speech. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It really is. And also, incidentally, on the China virus stuff we were talking about, the BBC, I noticed, because I looked at their website, as I do before I always do these streams, the BBC are now saying the World Health Organization is saying 3 million people have died from China virus, which, given the way the figures are worked out, is probably wildly inaccurate anyway, even if you could believe most of the figures from the Third World at all. But also, there was another thing which I noticed on Gab. It's the British government has admitted that only the COVID tests could only be as accurate as 2%. But maybe only 2% of them are accurate. And the British government has admitted that on one of its more obscure sites. So I just think that stuff is just a absolute and total mess. But I think the peace officer getting sacked for a casual remark at a Christmas party is much more about the way the country and also the Western world generally is going at the moment. It really is. It's not looking good.
Wasn't there? There's also. I thought there was also a similar story. I mean, maybe I'm hallucinating, but apparently, I think I saw it floating on Twitter. But a Pakistani guy got sacked because he said to a girl, "If you were dressed like that, you get raped in Pakistan," or something like that.
Well, I hope that's true. I've not. I didn't see that story, but if it is so, I hope it is. But I have my doubts. I've got to say.
About doubts about what?
How true that story is.
Should he be fired for that? I mean, he's saying
try and dig up the story.
Well, if everyone was treated fairly, then no, he shouldn't be. But everyone is not treated fairly.
Oh,
so
yeah, okay.
You know.
I mean, I don't know. Do you have to have a consistent position on these things? I'm not sure. Do you? I suppose you have to be like I don't know, Machiavellian, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, I have to try and be consistent about it because the reason I think we have to try and be consistent about it is like I was saying on last week's show. I want mass immigration stopped, and I don't really care what color or race the immigrants are. I just want it stopped, all of it. So to be consistent on that basis, then yeah, I guess we should try and be consistent from that point of view. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
So yeah, I just think that you go through the BBC's website and they deliberately make a point of coming up with some black bishop who, like the Duke of Edinburgh, and then they go on about the the Chinese guys missing from the Titanic, and it's just like anything they can come up with that is not about native white British people, really. It's
Well, yeah, there was something that Prince William put out about like his like one black mate or something. I don't know, like some guy who's literally just like his friend or something. I don't know. And everyone was saying he might have put it out because he was the one who asked about the race of Meghan Markle's child and Empress Harry's. Interesting stuff. But yeah.
So he said that, did he?
People were saying that the reason there was something he put out on his like official media.
Yeah.
Like of him and like his black friend or something, and how his black friend talking about how much he likes Prince William, and people were saying, or certain commentators were saying, that the reason that he did that was because he was possibly the person who said the thing about the child. But that may not be true. It may obviously just be him kowtowing to that minority group. But either way, pretty cringe.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's not very good. Okay, guys, I'm going to do something now, which I threatened earlier. I think it's high time that we did a face reveal, assuming that my computer doesn't completely bugger up. So you're going to have to bear with me just for a second or two.
Everyone, just a fair warning: Duke is black.
I'm not saying a word, mate. You'll have to wait and see. Why? Before you do this, what's the? Should we get into a bit of backstory? Why you're doing this before you?
Well, basically, I've had a few people ask. It's like one of the regular contributors to the show, obviously. So I just thought we would do that, and here we go.
But I thought you said that you didn't want to do it because of your son, and then now you're going to do it. I'm confused.
I'm not looking.
No, you can look. You can look.
Oh, it's a dog. Well,
and that is Rudy, the little dog, who you will hear in almost every single episode of Splendid Isolation at some point in the background. He's my little furry mate. He's a cross-Jack Russell, and he is 12 at the moment. So there we go.
See, I'm gonna for the next 20 seconds, I'm gonna have it in my head that you look like a dog. So because I was prepared to see your face then.
Well, I'm glad that I'm glad that I didn't disappoint people. Trust me, he's more handsome than I am anyway. But yeah, he's a little cross-Jack Russell. We think he's Jack Russell and probably miniature fox terrier. But like I got him when he was 8 and he's 12 now. So there we go. But,
that was shit. I was expecting a real face reveal. What a letdown.
Well, there we go. But surely you'd sooner see a cute doggo than me, mate. Come on.
It's just a Jack Russell. I mean, come on.
Excuse me, he's sitting over there. He'll hear you say that, and you'll get
plenty more where they came from. Come on.
No, not true at all, mate. Not true at all. And he's contributed to nearly every episode of this show at some point.
But what about the birds?
Well, if you want to look up
budgies.
no, they're actually zebra finches, and you can go and look zebra finches up for yourself. Because as far as I'm concerned, they basically look more or less the same. So,
see, look, Faust has got the right idea. He says that dogs are basically mentally handicapped wolves. Absolutely useless. Can't say better than that.
They are man's best friend, and civilization would have gone much more slowly without them. They are easily man's best friend, and like if push really came to shove, and I was in a survival situation, I'd save my little dog before I would save the vast majority of humans, I've got to tell you. So there we go. And he would most certainly save me before anyone else. So there we go.
John McNamara said he's got a higher contribution rate than Ataman.
That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Ataman's excellent on here.
Oh, God.
Man turned dogs from fierce fighters into chihuahuas. Well, I can tell you, Faust, if you ever knocked on my door, you'd find that my little chap is still a pretty fierce fighter. He's quite convinced he's a direwolf, but there we go. In fact, I read somewhere that dogs might be descended more from direwolves than they are from the modern wolf, which I think is quite interesting. But there we go. So anyway, that was my face reveal. I'm glad.
But do you think that, given half a chance, would the Chinese eat Rudy?
Oh yeah.
You think they would?
But then, oh yeah, of course they would. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, obviously. I'm sure there are Chinese people who don't eat dogs, but there certainly are plenty who do. Actually, Faust, you're not true, mate. The direwolf was a real prehistoric species of wolf. It was a real species of wolf in prehistory. There's only two things I know much about, really, to be honest, and one of them is military and naval history, and the other thing is natural history. Apart from that, I'm like ignorant as shit, really, about a lot of things. But I can tell you, direwolves were a real thing, and you can look them up on the internet, Faust. It's a wonderful thing, the internet. You just type it in there, and it'll come back with the info. I wish more people would do it. But anyway, one of the things I wanted to bring up this week, partly from conversations we had last week and also stuff that's been going on the Discord, is a bit more stuff for young chaps, I know, like I was talking to a young chap on the Discord earlier in the week, who was concerned about his ability to get himself a woman and smarten himself up and all this kind of stuff. And so what I thought is that, we've got Sojo here, who's a pretty successful bloke, as far as I can work out, in most respects. And we've got Royal Oak, who's an intelligent chap. And maybe we could come up with a little bit of advice for said young chaps, because they are, after all, the guys who need to carry nationalism forwards. What do you reckon, gents?
God, that's quite a broad topic, Duke. We're going to have to narrow it down a bit.
All right. Well, let's first of all talk about smartening yourself up, and and I'm not saying dressing in designer clothing particularly, but just like making yourself look like a smart and reasonable sort of bloke, if that makes any sense. So obviously being reasonably well groomed.
I mean, what?
Well, I think
do people not know how to do this?
Apparently some of these young chaps don't, because I hear it all the bloody time from young blokes. They don't. They worry. You know, they don't know what they should wear. Really, really basic stuff. I don't know if it's because we have a lot of the children of single mothers these days, for one reason and another. But a lot of these young chaps don't seem to have much idea about doing very basic stuff, which puzzles me. It really does.
I think in the modern world, because there is basically, I suppose you could use the term confusopoly, in the sense that there is so much choice that you're sort of, there's a paralysis in the sense that there's so many things that you can pick from. Whereas, you know, if you go back 50 years, well, there wasn't fast fashion. There wasn't this ability to go into Primark and buy all of these different kind of outfits. It was basically, you know, you dressed one way and that was it. So, you know, you didn't really have any agency in the matter because those things were decided for you. And now, in a world where you can be whoever you want to be, actually trying to figure out what clothes you should wear suddenly becomes like a sort of first world problem. I mean, this is a sort of topic that comes down to sort of personal taste and, you know, how you perceive yourself or how you want other people to perceive yourself. You know, there's probably no right answer, but I would imagine that you have to dress in a way that's congruent with your own personality and your social status. So, I mean, there's no point being a guy from, you know, like a working class background and, you know, living in the East End and dressing up in sort of like tweed. That's not gonna be congruent. So you need, I don't know. Do I even know what the hell I'm talking about here? I don't know.
Go on, Roller. Go on.
Well, in terms of that kind of stuff, I mean, the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. I mean, it's probably, I don't know. The more that you worry about these things, I think the more that they become a problem. I think that's evidenced by the fact that like everyone who's ever bought a Matt Forney book has ended up becoming a virgin for life. But
Yeah.
I think that's true. There's just like the best thing to do is just to, you know, leave it in, if you're religious, leave it in God's hands, or if you're not, just like, I don't know, just have it. Like the best thing to have is just, you know, confidence in yourself, right? And if you're worried about things, you'll often lose confidence. So just don't worry. Just don't worry about it. It will be fine.
Well, I would say, like in slight contradiction to what Soju was saying, like I was born in the middle of London, and all right, by the time I was a teenager, we were living on the outskirts of London, but and then in Sussex. But I certainly I wore suits to work. When I went out, like when I was a teenager and so on, I was one of these slacks and sports jacket type people with a tie, but a narrow tie. I not always. The other thing I would say that women always notice, and that blokes don't always think about, is women, for example, will notice if you polish your shoes. Most blokes won't. Women will, which is worth remembering. I just think, you know, yeah, all right, you've got to dress appropriately for what you're doing. You know, I mean, you're not going to wear a suit to go to the beach, for example. But there's nothing wrong with wearing a proper shirt with a collar and so on. And as our Australian fella said in the Discord, who's an older married guy, you know, maybe using a touch, not too much, aftershave, that kind of stuff, rather than walking around in a pair of shorts with or jeans with rips in them and a t-shirt that you bought 15 years ago. You know, it's not rocket science, kind of, as Sojo was saying to start with. A lot of it is common sense, but whereas in my case, for example, I kind of worked out what you do as a bloke largely with advice and copying my dad, you know, and I think that's probably not available as much as it used to be these days. Well, in fact, it certainly isn't available as much as it used to be.
I mean, I'm not being funny, but would I advise most people to dress like their dad? I mean, most dads wear like a shitty T-shirt with some sort of inane branding on it, like California '64.
Well, my dad didn't wear that stuff.
Written in blue letters on an orange background, wearing a pair of jeans that are purposely faded, that are 2 inches too long, and a pair of like crappy trainers. That's what most dads look like these days. I don't think that I would want to sort of give that advice. Nobody wants to look like their dad these days.
No, but I mean, I don't know. Like, all right, I'm probably it's unusual, but like my old man, if he was going to go out, say to the pub on a Sunday or something like that, Sunday afternoons was his big. I'm going to the pub for a couple of hours day. And he'd wear a suit, he'd wear a mohair suit or something, and he certainly would. I don't think I ever saw my dad. Did I ever see my dad wearing jeans? I doubt it. I certainly never saw him wearing a T-shirt ever. I mean, polo shirt, sure, but not T-shirt. Jesus, that's really strange.
But this is you're talking about a guy from a different era. This has to be, this advice has to be for the here and now.
Yeah, it does, but I mean, so I just think.
So when you say, "Oh, it's easy," I actually disagree with that. I think it's really hard for young people to sort of understand where they fit. Because what if they fancy a girl that's in a completely different subculture that's like dressed up as a goth? Does that mean that they're gonna like be a sort of slavish drone and become a goth? I mean, maybe.
No, I don't think so. No, I think that the women actually, because of the way women are, women have a fairly constant idea of what they think is smart in a bloke. I don't think it changes that much, and I doubt very much even these goth people think that like dressing as a goth makes you particularly smart as a bloke.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know, because I see a lot of young girls these days dressed like absolute slobs, like jogging bottoms, a hoodie. They're just sort of like mooching around outside, and that goes for where I am right now and back in the UK. That there is this drop in standards, if you ask me.
The only time I see lots of young girls these days is if I go into the CBD for some reason, and I'm there in the evening. I'm talking about and like CBD, Central Business District of Melbourne or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And if I go into the middle of the city at night, which I don't do very often these days, but when I do. What I very often see is I still see most of the young chicks dressed up to the nines. I generally notice they can't walk in high heels because they don't wear them very often. So they're walking along the road like a drunken sailor rather than an elegant woman, because they don't wear high heels apart from like occasionally. But I often see young blokes walking along with them, and they're wearing a pair of shorts and a pair of trainers and a shitty T-shirt that I would have maybe wore for rugby or cricket practice or something, and I don't know. I mean, like I said, most of the young chicks I see when they're going out are still like trying to make the effort to dress up. It's the blokes that like look like scruffs, basically. Most of them. There are exceptions, of course, but I don't know. I think Sojo's right. There is all this subculture and so on going on these days. But there was when I was a young fellow. I mean, there were
mods and rockers and that kind of stuff. That's what my dad
punks, mate, was the thing when I was a young fella. But like that was never a majority of the population. That was always a fairly small group, to be honest. And I never really wanted a safety pin in my nose, to be honest. But
it's a septum, actually.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the middle bit of your nose. I know what that is. But yeah,
it sounds more grimy calling it a septum, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, I got an earring when I was probably 30 or something. I had a small earring in my left ear, and that was only because of sailing, because it was supposed to be lucky for sailors. That was the only reason I even did it, and I got rid of that a few years ago now. But that was the only sort of infibulation I ever did. So, but yeah, I just think you've got to talk to people about the main sort of stuff, and generally speaking, as a bloke, being neat and tidy and obviously clean, I mean, that makes sense, and having reasonably tidy hair and all this kind of shit, or no hair if your hair, and one of the things I would say to young guys that some young guys worry about is guys worry sometimes when they're losing their hair. Don't. If you're losing it, just shave it off, mate. Most women don't give a shit. So long as your head is not a particularly ugly shape, women don't give a crap about that. So long as it looks neat. Don't worry about balding, mate. If you're balding, just shave the bloody stuff off completely. Don't worry about it. I definitely think that's a good advice for young blokes. Halsey and Daisy, lucky for sailors, I thought you were in the army. Yes, I was in the army, but I've also worked at sea for ages and I've been sailing for ages. And I like and love sailing, always have. So when I started sailing a lot, I heard that the earring in the left ear, obviously in the left ear, because right ear makes you gay, earring in the left ear was lucky for sailors, which is why I had a small gold earring in my left ear for quite a few years. But it was recreational sailing to start with, and then eventually I did three jobs where I was actually working at sea.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know. Thoughts on the whole dressing thing. I mean, when I was younger, rather embarrassingly, I used to go down the skate park sometimes, and I had blonde tips at one point. I'll be very quiet about that. That was a bit embarrassing, but I don't know. I guess I'd just say like dress conservatively. Like I don't know. What do I wear?
Yeah.
So I've got.
Yeah, but I think you raised something that's very interesting there. Like you were skating, so like there's a whole subculture there. People there's a specific look to that. Like you're not going to turn up at a skate park wearing some chinos and like.
But how many chicks go skating? Well,
There's a few down there. It's more of like the subculture thing, isn't it? Like there's loads of like skater boys and skater girls, whatever. But I don't know. Someone, I think John McNamara said Sojo Goth GF gang.
I don't know, Roy. I could see you in a tweed cap and a Berber jacket quite easily.
I don't look like how I sound. I will warn you. But
okay, but you could.
Maybe. What do I wear? I usually would just wear like jeans, maybe t-shirt. I've got a load of what is it? Fred Perry jackets. Maybe Stone Island if I'm going down the football and feeling brave. But
yeah. When you're talking about football, are you talking about the English version?
Yeah, English. Don't go watch Aussie rules football in England.
No, I don't watch Aussie rules football. It's aerial ping pong as far as I'm concerned. But like I was never a big English football fan. I always thought it was pretty gay, to be honest with you. Certainly since 1966, when like 11 Englishmen, actual Englishmen, won the World Cup.
Oak was a wigger. I sort of. I don't know. I used to speak with a lot more because I'm from London originally, and in an area where there's quite a lot of diversity. I used to speak.
You have quite a good accent,
deliberately, because I've deliberately tried to. I don't know. But
yeah.
I used to speak a bit more like this, innit? My cousin who's from Lewisham, like he sounds like he's black. So,
Old Albion, correct. The barber wax jacket is indeed classic English country style. I used to wear them when I lived in Berkshire. So. Although actually, my thing was when I lived in Berkshire, I always used to wear an Aussie hat. Strange to say, which was bought for me by a woman. So
Flags.
Yeah. You see, I think the appropriate answer to this question is that I think the true right-wing answer to this question is understanding your place in the hierarchy and dressing according to that. That would be.
You can go up the ways in the hierarchy in Britain. This is part of British exceptionalism, is that we've always had this ability to go up a couple of rungs. So I definitely think you should aim a little bit higher than where you are now.
Well, I don't think. I think I'm not sure if Sojo is suggesting this, but don't like trying. I don't know. You'd be a bit posy if you try to like get into like a subculture or something.
Well, I'll give you a good example of somebody who's gone too far up the ladder, and it's
Go on,
Chris Eubank, right?
Chris,
Do you know who Chris Eubank is?
Yeah, he was a boxer. Yeah.
He's the boxer, right? But there are pictures of him at his English manor, like wearing sort of like tweed suits and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work.
Yeah, but that's there's other reasons that doesn't work other than his.
Yeah, but that's what I mean about the hierarchy, Jude. I'm just trying to put it in very gentle terms that isn't going to get your channel nuked.
Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I won't disagree with what you're saying there, but I would say, like, I come from an absolutely working class background, but I didn't dress like a working class chap when I lived in Berkshire, for example. I just didn't. So, but then I hadn't dressed like a working class chap for ages, and even when I was in the army, oh God, there you go. This is for Faust. I mentioned it. Even when I was in the army, if I was going out, I'd wear a sports jacket and a proper shirt and tie. But that wasn't what most guys wore. So one or two of my mates did, but it wasn't what most of us wore by any means. I didn't like looking like an absolutely typical squatty at all, to be honest. And I deliberately used to do that. Because I didn't want to look like a typical squatty. I probably looked more like my lieutenant than I did a typical squatty, to be honest.
So maybe that's what you can do then. So you've got to have some social awareness, right? So you identify the sort of the social strata that you're in, and that's to do with who your friends are, who your family is, the kind of job that you have. Then it's a question of then you've actually narrowed down the options of the things that you can wear, and then it's a question of how can I be the best within that category that I'm now in? I think that's probably the best approach.
Yep.
So if you're a tradesman, you want to be the best dressed tradesman there is, and wearing the same.
And if you're not, I say what I'd say here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Sergio.
That's okay.
What I would say is like if you're a tradesman, what you wear when you're working is one thing. When you're not working, like wear whatever the hell you like. I mean,
but that's not possible. You can't be a tradesman and then go down the pub and see your mates who are wearing jeans and polo tops, and you rock up wearing a bit of Burberry and a tweed cap. It's just not going to work.
I don't see why not. I don't know.
You're deluded then. You're going to get ribbed by your mates for standing out like a sore thumb.
The only thing I ever got from my mates is my mates would turn around and say, "Why are you dressed like an officer?" I'd get that occasionally. I would, but that would be as far as it would go. But then bear in mind, I'm 200 pounds and 6'2". So
yeah, but also you're dressing in a way that is you're pushing the limits of where you are, but you're not jumping into a completely different category. You're just testing the boundary of what's acceptable in a very subtle way. But you can't risk alienating like your own social group that you've got. So in many ways,
Well, maybe I'm suggesting that we should try and be. Maybe if not 10s, maybe we should try and be 6s and 7s and 8s and push the boundaries of what we can do.
No, I'm saying that you should be a 10, but be a 10 within the swimming pool you want to be the big fish in the small pond, right? We have a pond with respect to our social groups. And you want to be the best within them. Because really, when it comes to dating, you're not going to be dating people outside of like the social group that you're in.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I mean,
yeah. I mean, like if I showed
I used to, but all right, maybe most people don't. I don't know.
I think Sojo's right. Yeah, I think if I showed up at the pub wearing like full tweed, I'd probably get bullied. So most likely,
see,
it depends on the tweed.
I haven't been bullied since I was at school. I got bullied once or twice when I was in primary school, before you were 11. But I've never been bullied since then. One or two people tried it, but I don't really allow that sort of thing. It's like Faust is saying in the chat here. Look, doing some roofing in a three-piece suit is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when you're not doing your roofing, when you're going out in the evening with your wife or your girlfriend or whatever, then dress the way you want, mate.
Just imagine being a roofer and then you go down to like the working man's club and you turn up in a three-piece suit. You're just going to get ribbed by your mates. You're just going to get ribbed.
I've been to, I don't know how many working men's clubs you've been to, Soju, but I've been to quite a few.
Yeah, maybe in the 1950s you were.
Oh, come on, mate. I wasn't even born in the 1950s. Give me a break.
All right, sorry, that was a bit too extreme, yeah.
Mate, I was 10 in 1975, so let's be fair here, all right? So the point I'm trying to make is that I've been to working men's clubs, including miners' clubs in Scotland, which, let me tell you, are not places that you... But like I've been into those places wearing like a sports jacket and slacks and so on, and never had the least bit of problem. And actually, most of the guys who were in there the older blokes were mostly wearing the same sort of stuff,
So it's very interesting then. So I don't understand why, if your advice is just do whatever you want, then why are so many guys like apparently in need of advice when it's just simply just do whatever you want?
Well, I'm not saying that you should do whatever you want on its own. What I'm saying is be smart. Yeah? Like you can be smart casual and you can be smart in a suit. Obviously you know this. I mean,
so you want to be the best groomed skater that there is if you're in like the skater scene?
Well, I wouldn't be in the skater scene, but that's just merely me. I never had any sort of interest in that sort of stuff. Like I said, there were loads of punks around when I was a young chap. When I was a teenager, punk was a thing. But I was never interested in it, and I certainly wasn't interested in punk women either,
So, sorry, what was that?
I wasn't interested in women who were punks.
Oh, right. Sorry, I misunderstood. I misunderstood what you said there.
Yeah. What you've got, as Sanu Hamar is saying in the chat, you got whatever you do, you got to do it with a bit of confidence. You've got to not be LARPing like you said earlier, Sergio. You've got to generally dress that way and be quite comfortable being dressed that way.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to own it and feel comfortable in your own skin.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Like I used to sometimes wear dinner jackets and this kind of stuff when I went to something like the Henley Festival or what have you. And I'm quite comfortable in a dinner jacket. I mean, it doesn't worry me, as long as
Yeah, but again, time and place. So you get a lot of like normal people going to Ascot and they're all dressed up. But again, it's the context of where you are. So that's acceptable.
Yep, absolutely right. Absolutely right. But again, you can do that, and it doesn't matter what your background is. If you've got a ticket to the Henley Festival, dress for the Henley Festival.
Yeah.
This is the kind of thing I'm saying, and it is a lot to do with what Son and Halmar is saying in the chat. It's you've got to have the confidence to carry off what you're doing. Yeah. Like most of us will have seen, for example, Nigel Farage walking around in his tweed cap and his Berber jacket and this kind of stuff. But that's just typical English country wear. It's what everyone wears in the country who is like, unless most farmers even walk around in that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I suppose he's got to a certain age, isn't he? I suppose where you kind of can't wear like trainers and jeans anymore. But
well, yeah, I mean, do I own a pair of jeans? I'm trying to think. I don't think I do now, actually.
I don't know. I don't own a pair of jeans, and
I don't think I do. What I tend to wear a lot these days, but it's mainly from when I was in South Africa. I wear khakis all the time. Like I think I've got about 20 pairs of khaki trousers of various shades, but they're all khaki. And I have a few khaki shirts, not many. I used to have more, but I only have a few of those these days. I tell you another thing I would say to young guys who are maybe like they're not cash rich. One of the things young guys should do is don't neglect op shops and stuff like that. because you can often get better quality stuff in some op shops than you will. You'll be better off doing that than going and buying cheap new shit.
Not sure about that advice, to be honest.
Yeah, nor am I. I've tried this, and generally speaking, all of these.
There's some good stuff you can get, actually, to be fair. But
yeah, but the thing is,
it depends where you are. It depends where you are, guys. Look, you've got to be in an area that's got a reasonably middle class kind of people who are using the shop.
Yeah, but these charity shops are wise to what these things cost, and so you don't actually get the bargains you think you're going to get.
It depends on the shop. Yeah.
Well, maybe Australia is slightly different, but I mean, the thing you'll find, of course, is there's far more women's stuff in these places than there are bloke stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because like women get rid of shit, and blokes tend to like wear it until it wears out and then chuck it away. I mean, you know, I've got a couple of pairs of trousers that I'll wear walking around the house, but I certainly wouldn't wear if I was going out. Like, I won't even wear them in the shops, you know. But if you're in an area that's got a reasonable middle class population, you can still pick up stuff that is really quite good quality stuff. What you've got to make sure is it fits you properly. That's the main thing. Like if you're looking at, I'm talking about things like jackets and maybe trousers and this sort of stuff. You know, you can actually still get stuff which is high quality but relatively cheap. Although I agree with what Sojo is saying, some of these shops are going to take advantage.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if I'd recommend that, but yeah, I think you can occasionally find some cool things in this.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look. You know, you've got to look. I got a great suit once in one of those places that was a really, really, really good suit and just happened to fit me exactly.
I got some Nike trainers for £4 once, but other than that, I mean.
Yeah, do you know what? I think I've only owned about 3 pairs of trainers in my entire life, and I certainly don't own a pair now. One of the things I would say to blokes is stop wearing fucking trainers, really. Most of the time.
I mean, to be fair, like as Sojo said, if I like go around wearing like, I don't know, what do you call it, like leather shoes or something, I'm just going to look a bit like stand out, aren't I? So
I don't know, man. Does no one wear leather shoes where you live?
Well, no, but people just wear trainers, don't they? Or
not where I live, they don't. I mean,
well, we're in slightly different
who
circumstances, I think. But anyway, carry on.
I live in a pretty working class suburb, I've got to say. And yes, I do see people wearing like leisure suits and trainers and stuff, but I just don't notice those guys because, like, why would you? You know what I mean?
Well, I only wear like nice trainers. Like I've got I don't know, a pair of Adidas trainers I don't wear very much for like nice occasions. But
like I said, man, I think I've owned about 3 pairs of trainers in my entire life. I've never liked them. I don't like shoes without heels on at all. Like they're uncomfortable as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think they're called Oxford shoes, aren't they? Yeah, you wouldn't really like wear them. I'm not really in the crowd that wears like those kind of shoes down the pub. Someone said estate in the chat, so I got confused. But yeah, I mean, it's just like Sojo said, like try and like the real Gokwan, know your place. But yeah,
I don't know, Roy. Like I think you're almost larping downwards, mate. To be honest,
larping downwards. You think
What?
I don't look how I sound. I don't think. I think it's.
Fine. You probably don't, but I'm sure you could smarten yourself up and you would look like.
Well, I could do. Yeah, I do sometimes. If I go church, then I probably would. Like, you know, wearing like a nice shirt with a collar. But I mean, just like going down like the pub. Well, actually, to be fair, I usually wear plaid shirts and they have collars, don't they? So they're not like white shirts. So I usually plaid shirt. I got Jack Willis. What's it called? Oh, I forgot what the name is. I think that one's Topshop actually. But and probably jeans and trainers, just like pretty standard. But most people just wear like puffer jackets and stuff these days, so that's probably smarter than most people.
You really need to like up your game a bit, mate. I reckon.
Well, I think I'm probably the smartest. I'm the smartest out of like my group of friends, I'd say. But...
Well, there you go. Maybe you can lift your group of friends to a higher level too.
Yeah, I'm gonna start wearing like the farmers' hats and tweed and stuff. Yeah, the Oxford shoes.
Like Anglo Niles in the chat. Yeah, Oxford shoes. I've worn Oxford shoes loads of times. I mean, even boat shoes are okay for casual stuff, like if you're pissballing about on the weekend, that sort of stuff, you know?
Mm.
But I agree with what Anglo-Niall says, you know, trousers, shoes, shirt. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that if your contemporaries, like if the girls in your group are like literally dressed like slobs, then actually if you dress sort of above them, that's going to create problems because they're not going to feel comfortable like going out with you.
All right, I would suggest, and this is just purely me, and it might be a bit controversial, but if the girls in your group are dressed like slobs, you need to find a different group of girls.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I
Really?
agree with that, but
I don't think that's
agree
true
with that.
actually, Sojo. But I don't know. It depends what you mean by
girls
slobs.
Girls are less likely to dress as slobs, I would say, than blokes.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's true. Based on my own anecdotal experience of just like when I went out today into town to do a bit of shopping, and there are girls everywhere that are wearing like jogging bottoms and just like pairs of jeans and trainers. And they're just.
That's not. I think we'd have different
average.
definitions of what we'd have different definitions of what slob is. I don't think they would define themselves as like dressing like a slob. It's sort of like
I think Anglo-Niall in the chat again is right. He's saying that most 18+ girls do dress nice when they're going out.
Yeah, out though for a couple.
Yeah,
of drinks,
out. Yeah, when they're going out for a few
which
drinks.
is different.
Yes, absolutely. John McNamara, I actually knew a South African bloke who was German descent, and he ran this he ran this hotel in Zululand in the middle of nowhere, and he did actually wear lederhosen, and he would go outside when I took a tour group in there, which is how I knew him because I was taking tours around Zululand. When I took a tour group in there, he would blow this hunting horn outside the hotel, and all these Zulu ladies would run in from every direction to go and get all the rooms ready and all this kind of stuff. It was really cool, actually. But he actually wore lederhosen all the time. It's the only thing he wore, pretty much. And he was great. He was a really, really nice bloke, and he did the best beer in Zululand.
Faust said in the chat, Anglos are not allowed to wear lederhosen or drink from beer steins. I've actually got like quite a big collection of beer steins I've been building up for like 3 or 4 years. Like German beer steins, like German writing on and shit. I have no idea what it says on it, but I don't know. It's just like
beer steins are cool. I mean, I wouldn't wear lederhosen myself, but beer steins, yeah.
Imagine wearing lederhosen in Africa. I mean, would this guy have autism? What the fuck? I mean,
no. It's his USP, Sojo.
Yeah, and he was also his inn was also on a mountain, so it wasn't as hot as you might think it would be.
Okay.
I mean, it did get hot occasionally. It did get hot occasionally. It did get hot occasionally, but it wasn't as hot as you would actually absolutely think. But I would say, absolutely, if you're with a group of people where the chicks slop around in like yoga pants and shit like that, you need to change your group of people.
I don't necessarily think that's true.
Well, I do, but that's just me.
I think that there's like a kind of bougie culture that goes with yoga pants where they're kind of like, I mean, they actually might well be quite high performing individuals and quality individuals, but they've just got that kind of like dress down after working out kind of thing going on, like all health food.
I just don't have anything to do with women who wear any sort of trousers, mate. I'm not joking.
Okay.
If you were my woman, you weren't allowed to wear trousers of any description ever.
I don't even think I see women wearing skirts today. I mean, admittedly, it was quite windy today and quite nippy, but most girls were wearing jeans or jogging bottoms or sort of pants.
Well, the country you live in is known for skiing, isn't it?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, but it's also in the Med and it's getting warm, so getting towards the Med would be more accurate. Yeah. But I mean, what I would say is that don't allow your woman to do this shit, basically. You know.
Hang on, Duke, these guys are having trouble getting women to begin with. You know, I mean, let's not. You know, you're putting the cart before the horse here.
All right. So the first and most important thing we have already touched on. The first and most important thing we've already touched on is confidence. You have to have confidence. Women don't like you if you're not confident. Trust me. This is we've touched on this a bit about how you dress, but you have to have confidence. It is the number one thing with women. It is much more important than your exact facial features. It's even slightly more important than how smart you are in terms of like looking smart. Confidence.
Well, ultimately, there's other than being in shape. There's very little that you can do about your looks. Like that's immutable. Like that's
yeah, but most women care far less about male beauty, if you want to describe it that way, than blokes care about female beauty. They're not the same in that regard. They're just not.
It's a bit broad statement, but.
Well, but they're just not, mate. Honestly, yeah, okay, you'll get them going on about pretty boys sometimes. But generally speaking, in their actual relations with men, women are far less about. There's a fairly narrow band of what most blokes find attractive. It's not that wide, really. Whereas with women, they much more care about things like personality and confidence. Yeah, you can be. You don't have to be like a really handsome bloke to do very well with women. You don't. But you do have to be confident. And you do have to carry yourself well. And as Sojo quite rightly said, like you can't be a slob. You can't be some like vastly overweight bugger. Although even overweight bugger with a load of confidence won't do so badly sometimes.
Yeah.
Like women are very much about that confidence. And it's je ne sais quoi, as the French say. You need that certain stuff with women, and they're much more into that than men are. We tend to be focused on a fairly narrow view of what women look like, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're amusing. They can be amusing. Decorative, yeah, absolutely. That's the main thing. They are is amusing and decorative, and we like that if they've got a nice feminine personality. But with really, it's mostly about looks with men. If men are really honest, it really is. Like an absolutely drop dead gorgeous woman is going to win 9 times out of 10 with 9 out of 10 blokes.
Faust has just come in with the silver bullet and the cheat codes, and he said basically just buy their ovaries. Like just you have an innate desire to reproduce. You can just go buy their ovaries in Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely right. Off you go, guys. I'm sure that will be the way to save the West, Faust.
There we go. Stream done. 67 minutes in, we're finished.
Yeah, Faust has solved it. We're all going to be good. We're all going to be good. All I'm trying to point out to guys here is that, like, you don't have to be the world's most handsome bloke, whatever the hell that is supposed to be, to to do very well with women. You can be like a pretty average looking bloke, providing you are in reasonable shape. You don't have to be absolutely ripped, but you do need to not have a great big enormous gut and look like you would die if you tried to do 5 push-ups. If you dress confidently, you have confidence, and you have something to say. Of course, you've got to have something to say. It's no good if you come out with crap. But if you can do those things, women are much more open to that shit. Yeah, and basic smartness helps, obviously, because of first impressions. There's a very famous thing that when a woman walks into a bar or a nightclub or a restaurant, within about 30 seconds, she has rated herself against every other woman in that place. like how attractive she is. And that is purely on physical attraction. And you know why they do that? Because that's what men do with women. But women don't quite do the same thing with blokes.
No.
So this is all I'm trying to say, And also, I was saying, like, no woman of mine would wear trousers because I wouldn't let her. Like, they actually like some sort of leadership as well. If you've got a woman, they do actually
I know where this stream's going.
No, you don't. No, you don't, because it's not.
I think it's partially a status thing, isn't it? That's how millennial woes got laid. So I mean,
I'm not going to comment on how millennial woes did or did not get laid. I've heard various stories about it. I used to like millennial woes, but that's before I knew he was gay. So there you go. That's all I got to say on that, really.
Out of all the people in the distant right that we could have on this stream to answer these pressing questions, he is the man. He must have all the answers. He's basically the Casanova of the distant right.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we could have Mark call out and ask him about those two 14-year-olds in his hotel room, but I mean...
That's true. We've got a bit of competition now.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that.
The Prophet Brutus should be upon him.
Listen, I mean, I find it amusing that people go on and on about Brutus saying stuff in his book and on streams. And I haven't read his book. I've got no intention of reading it either. But I mean, at least he wrote it.
Bring an endorsement.
You should. It's funny. But...
Well, I'm sure it is. I mean, I've seen bits of it that people have been reading online, but only bits because I can only take it for like 5-10 minutes, and I think, okay, why are you doing this? But like, people will say Brutus off for things he said online, but you get someone like Mark Collette, who actually had two 14-year-old chicks in his room, according to the British National Party, and no one says a fucking word. And like, I think there's a difference between saying something online and actually having two chicks in your room. That's just me. Maybe.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I did a stream earlier in the week, and I think like a load of PA people came in there, and I just ended it because I just couldn't be bothered to argue with them. But I think like the reason that people don't say anything about Collette probably is because like he has like an army of like, like on Telegram there's like 15 different like the channels with like 20,000 followers that will forward it, and then you'll just get that'll be the end of you, because obviously he knows like loads of people, doesn't he? So I mean,
I don't know. I mean, it's like I didn't Mark Collette recently supposedly have a daughter?
He does, I think.
Yeah. So my question to Mark Collette would be, when she's 14, would you have her in a room for bloke 23? That would be what I'd ask him.
I mean, it's a question of, I was going to ask this to Phil, because he's got a daughter, isn't he? But
yeah, well, Phil, I guarantee.
I was thinking this. I was thinking this the other day, actually. Like what politicians or public figures would you trust to babysit your daughter? And I was thinking Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson, no. Boris Johnson, no. I thought Keir Starmer, yes. Mark Collette, no. We could go down the list. I
wouldn't trust Keir Starmer at all. And like, I'm not gonna get into the big time political people, because basically I think they're all CUNTs. But I would say that Phil, if you were a 21, 22, even 20-year-old bloke, and Phil found you in the same room as his daughter, he would kill you stone dead. And I think Phil's entirely correct and right about that. I have my disagreements with Phil, but I think he's a damn good dad.
Yeah, I wasn't saying he wasn't, but yeah, I agree totally. That's why I said I was gonna like. I don't know. I was thinking of asking him that when he was on stream, but I didn't in the end. But yeah. No,
Phil would absolutely kill you if you went near his door. And quite right.
Yeah, it was just like who would he trust to like be with to babysit his daughter? That's the only question I was asking.
I bet none of them would be mainstream politicians. I guarantee you that much.
Well, I mean, yeah, probably,
But I mean, I just think that like Phil is the way all dads used to be with their daughters, basically, like good dads. The whole I remember when I was a teenager, the first time you got taken home by a girlfriend to meet the parents, you were fucking terrified of the dad. Because because the dad knew damn well what you were after, and because he's been a young man himself, and he would kill you if you gave him the slightest excuse. It's just what it was. Like good dads, you were really, really polite to, and that's just the way it was. And it's the way it should be. Like dads should protect their daughters. That's totally trad. That is totally trad. And it should be that when you're a young fella and you take a girl home and you meet the father for the first time, like he should be a bloke you are very, very, very careful of. Because he knows what you want to do. You understand?
Yeah. Yes. I suppose yes.
Like I'm lucky because like my son is my son, and boys will be boys. But if I had a daughter, like my dad would have been fucking terrible if he'd ever had a daughter. But like if I'd have had a daughter, I would have been really bad. I've got to say, I would have been like no one would have been good enough, basically.
Well, in that situation, I have to put on my ultra pronunciated accent and just try and be really passive, of course. So there we go.
But no, but that's not that's not what dads look for. What dads look for is someone who's going to look after their daughter and protect her like they would. This is where blokes get it wrong. They expect you to be a gentleman, I mean, that in my experience, I mean, all right. I don't know. I probably have more experience than most people on this stream or watching it, but because I'm older, of course, no other reason. But dads want someone who they are confident is going to protect their daughter. That's what they really care about. You're not going to abandon her somewhere. You're not going to let anyone do anything nasty to her, and if they try to, you'll get killed trying to stop it. That's what most dads care about.
Yeah, absolutely.
So and quite rightly, I mean that's what dads are supposed to be. In the old days, like in the ancient world, in Rome, for example, in ancient Rome, a woman was the ward of her father until she became the ward of her husband. And to me, like if we're going to be trad, that's what we should support.
Faust said in the ancient world, but
Faust, Faust, as you very well know, because you're not an idiot, that would only happen if they were your enemies. It wouldn't happen within your society,
Bloody mental, barbarous continentals. For that.
Yeah, I mean, but Faust knows damn well that, like, if you were Roman, that wouldn't happen to another Roman girl. Mostly, like if you conquer another people, then it could happen. But then they're not going to be your friends anyway, are they? And you're probably going to be dead as a bloke because blokes tended to get killed. But I mean, I just think that I hear all these people going on about being trad all the time, and like basic trad stuff like that, people don't get.
Well, most people who go on about being trad, what they think isn't usually particularly trad, to be honest. So, I mean, the whole trad thing was, I don't know, it's a bit of a. Again, it's like it's a lack of. I don't know. I think Sojo's talked about this before on the stream, but it's a lack of vision, isn't it? Like we need to go back, but like.
Well, yeah, but like going back to like looking at the ancient world is not going back to the 1990s or even the 1950s. That's more traditional human behaviour.
Well, the ancient times are a pretty bad time to live in. Probably, I'd say. People were dying very, very young. We didn't have, basic sanitation, right? So it's not like a. It's like Hobbes said. It's like Hobbes said. In a lot of the world, it was like the state of nature, wasn't it? It's not very.
But hang on. hang on, two things. First of all, the Romans did have sanitation, and quite good sanitation, actually.
They did,
Better
yeah. I was talking generally for the whole world, not just
Yeah,
Romans.
and if you're going to go back to like real prehistory, to when we were hunter gatherers, there were so few people that you almost didn't need sanitation, because your couple of shit pits somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you probably weren't going to come back to for another year.
Well, they weren't very healthy people, and I think they died quite young, didn't they? It wasn't like a nice way to live, like totally wild, was it? I mean,
I don't know. If you look at the Romans, you do get Romans who are 18, 19 and this kind of stuff.
well, you've jumped from cavemen to Romans there pretty quickly, to be honest, aren't you?
Well, because I'm talking about both things.
Yeah, I mean, they're only tens of thousands of years apart, but
yeah, of course they are. I know that. But also, I would say that I don't know. I believe I've read quite a lot of stuff where they have looked at the skeletons of hunter-gatherers and this kind of stuff, and they're actually bigger and more healthy often than the guys from the very early civilizations.
well, they would be, because they're having to live really close to the state of nature, aren't they? If they weren't, they wouldn't survive.
And
It doesn't mean they have nice lives, does it?
No, but eating more meat than they were grain and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, okay, I'll take that. But I mean, what was the average age they lived to? And even if you look like,
we don't know, do we? We really
well,
don't
yeah,
know.
but I mean, I don't.
If you're going on the skeletal remains, like very early civilizations in like the so-called Fertile Crescent and this kind of stuff, yeah, where people were mainly eating sorted grains to make bread and this kind of stuff, yeah. Those guys, I reckon, had a worse time than a lot of the hunter-gatherers, because if you think about it, if you're a bloke, what would you sooner do? Would you sooner toil in the fields every day on crops, or would you sooner like go out on hunting pies?
Well, I'm not sure if you can sustain a population.
What would be more fun?
Hunting. What would be more fun?
Yeah, hang on. If your population is much smaller, which of course it was with the hunter-gatherers, or actually, to be more accurate, the population density was much smaller. That would be much more fun. I guarantee you it would be.
So you're trying to argue that it would be because, well, it's not fun if you like, I know, like people always say, don't let your hobby become your job, like, because you'll lose like the fun of it. But I suppose like if you're literally starving to death and having to chase after bison in the wind, and rain, it probably wouldn't be particularly fun.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be starving to death because the population was not that big.
Well, you might be if it's winter or something. I don't know. Like there might be. Well, the reason why there wasn't a lot.
All right, you might be.
Most of the innovations in human history happened through necessity, right? So the reason that the European civilization grew to like be, have like nation states, or grew to have like the level of development it did, was because we have quite early winters. And like in North Africa and Africa, they don't really have that, so that's why they didn't. So the reason that I look at agriculture as something that it had to happen, right? Because you can't. So how much of this population can you sustain on chasing bison? I mean, it's not. I mean, it's like people hunt, and hunting is probably quite a fun thing.
Why do you want a big population?
Well, I mean, the population would expand naturally, wouldn't it? A replacement rate.
But no, it won't, because if you're right in what you're saying, and like you're going to starve and there isn't enough food, then the population won't expand, will it?
Well, I mean, I don't. Are you trying to argue we need to return to like? Are you being
I'm not arguing we should return to anything. What I'm saying is that why did human beings need to create a civilization? Why?
Well, out of necessity.
Why?
Well, because you can't. I don't know. I'm not an expert on anthropology, to be honest. I find it rather boring. But I mean, I think I don't know. Agriculture. Well, if you want to like go really, really far back, like the people that owned the fields, that had the food, got people to like work on the fields, and that's how you got the first hierarchies, right? So why would it's the same reason that people came to the cities during the Victorian times, right? Because agriculture was becoming more developed, and it required less people to work on it. So I suppose I don't know, it wasn't really, I'm not sure how much of a population you can uphold. Like going back to that point, how much of a population can you uphold chasing things down? I know you can say, well, why would you want a big population? But I mean, people, it's natural for humans, if we want to go back to what's quote unquote natural, I suppose it's natural for human beings to want to procreate, to want to give off the next generation, right? So it's natural for the human population to expand. So for people to continue to do natural behaviors, we had to bend nature to our will, right? We are the guardians of nature at the end of the day. So,
but in the Stone Age era, all right, early Stone Age, when humans were still mostly hunter-gatherers, only about 10 to 15% of males reproduced. Almost all women did. Almost all women did, but only about 10 to 15% of males did, because it was the leaders of those hunting clans and this kind of stuff who actually reproduced, and most of the others didn't.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
That sounds like a great society to live in. Tell me more.
Exactly. I mean,
are you hoping to be part of that top number 10 there?
Well, I'm just thinking, if I'm part of the 90%, it sounds shit.
Yeah, absolutely right. But there was a long period in human history when that was true, and when it started to change was because of agriculture. And then of course you need your workers to go and work on all these fields. And what the workers enable is you have a priestly class and a warrior class and blah, blah, blah. And then in order to keep your workers toiling on their fields, it's a good idea to give them a wife, and a family. And that's really how that stuff happened.
Yeah, but hang on, it seems like you skipped. How did we go from 9 out of 10 men not getting their willy wet?
Well, no, we don't know that. We don't know. It wasn't 9 out of 10 anyway. It was maybe 15%, something like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sort of 8.5 rather than 9. My bad.
Yeah. But it was a bit more than that. But yeah, okay, go on.
I mean, I don't know. Like, these don't kind of seem like the ideal societies in which people want to live, right? To be honest.
Yeah, I don't want to return to tradition.
No. I'm not suggesting they were the ideal societies that people want to live. What I'm saying is they were the societies we had. They were the societies.
Well, Sodom and Gomorrah were societies we had. I mean,
well, maybe if you believe the Bible, I'm not quite sure. I believe the Bible is literally true, to be honest. But there we go. But I'm not Christian, as you guys know. I'm not anti-Christian, but I don't believe everything in the Bible, either the Old Testament or the New Testament, is the literal truth.
Okay.
And Faust makes a good point. It's a bunch of cucks who don't want to struggle for dominance. Well, yeah.
Well, you just said you don't want to return to it. So do you? Do you want to return?
Do I want to return to it? I don't know. I'm too old to worry about this shit now. But when I was younger, it might have been okay. I think I would have done all right. But that was just then, And Faust again is all right. People used to acquire harems, and the Mohammedan society has never really changed from that. If you're rich enough or powerful enough.
You just see me and Sojo's profile picture staring at Duke.
Yeah, but listen, guys, I try and speak the truth,
All right. Okay.
This was where we came from. It was.
Well, okay. All right. I suppose in a natural human society, there is, to an extent, a level of polygamy. It seems to me. But I mean, in terms of the quality of life, right? If you care about, it says. I'm going back to my Christianity here, which probably not everyone's Christian, but even in the chat, so I don't even know why I bring it up the whole time. But it says that we're the guardians of nature, right? We bend nature to our will. We have the freedom to do that. We can do those kind of things. So I mean, modernity, right? I mean, I don't know, that is a big example of us bending society to our will. But I mean, I think those societies weren't ideal societies to live in. I think both me and Sojo have brought up, but I don't know. I think to an extent you're right. We need to embrace some of the cultural attitudes of the societies of old, just because modernity has become so posed for a great majority of the population. But I don't know. I'm quite fond of, I don't know, I'm quite fond of modern sanitation. I'm quite fond of, I don't know, a consistent food supply, for example, or
So you
maybe.
don't like camping? You don't like camping?
No, I did D of E. That was all right, but I wouldn't like do it every. I don't know. It's fine. I like going up to Dartmoor, having a bit of a camp, but
Mhm.
I wouldn't do it like the whole time. I like my modern comforts. What can I say? But maybe we need to go full Ted pilled and go full Anprim like Duke, but I don't think a lot of people would want to do it. But yeah.
I don't know. I mean, to me, like when you spend time out in the wilderness and you don't have all these mod cons like running water and fire on demand and all this kind of shit, it kind of makes you appreciate them more when you have them.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I don't know. You're one on one with nature. I suppose. I suppose we're quite a long way from nature, but I mean, like there's certain things like in our society. For example, modern healthcare. I don't know, like it's a bit of a. I mean, our England Nile said, "What the hell? You don't want to have to hunt down your food every day." Um, but I
You
think
don't want to have to unearn your food every day. No, you don't.
I think people. I mean, even if you want to say it would be better for the world if we went back to tradition, I don't think most people would be willing to like die at 35 or like 40,
Well,
and like
I'm not
and live
suggesting
what
they
is
would.
quite a rough life. I mean,
When did I suggest that any of that
well,
was what I
but
wanted?
you were sort of idealizing. I don't know whether or not you were committing to it or not, but I mean, like you're sort of idealizing the sort of hunter gatherer period, like the Stone Age or the Bronze Age.
All I was trying to say was that if you were in a hunter-gatherer band in, say, southern Britain or middle of France or something like that, in the ancient world, sorry, in the prehistoric world, and there weren't all that many humans, and there was loads of prey animals around. I'm not quite sure why your life would have been so terrible relative to some poor bugger who was a serf in France in, I don't know, say 1100, and wasn't allowed to leave his village and had to spend every single day working on this crappy barley field.
Well, again, Duke, we've moved forward about 2,000 years, but I mean, feudalism. I mean, like I don't know, it's a form of government that enormously improved the people's quality of life, right? That was why it became like the system
Right.
in the whole of Europe. But
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
you realise I'm a British exceptionalist, don't you?
yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah,
Right, and the reason that Britain was exceptional was that the Black Death basically killed off feudalism in Britain far earlier than the rest of Europe.
we'd have to get a definition of feudalism, and I don't know. I think
Well, feudalism was dead, but for most of the Hundred Years' War, Britain was not a feudal nation, whereas France certainly was.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure on this period of history, to be honest. But
Right. Well, that's the truth. Trust me, it is. For most of the Hundred Years' War, Britain wasn't really feudalist at all, whereas France was. That's why France took these enormous, great big feudal armies full of peasants who they had conscripted. And the British army was the English army mainly, although there were Welshmen in it. There were probably even a few Scotsmen. But there were certainly Welshmen in the English army in the Hundred Years' War.
We've never really had conscript armies, have we? Sorry, we even up to the peninsula, we didn't have conscript armies. But...
Well, we did at some point, but the point I'm trying to make is that the English army in the Hundred Years' War that would face this massive army of Frenchmen who would be all these nobles and loads of conscript peasants would be a professional army, even the English longbowmen, who are completely misunderstood by many people. To be an English longbowman in the Agincourt campaign in 1415, for example, you didn't just need to have a longbow that you could show that you could shoot well. You also needed a sword. You needed a buckler, which was a small shield, which most British guys had in those days. You also needed a dagger or something of that nature, might be an axe, what have you. And a lot of the English and Welsh warbow guys not only had that, they had a helmet. Actually, you had to have a helmet, if I remember correctly, for the Agincourt campaign. But also many of them had more armor than that. You know, they had like breastplates. Some of them had leg protection. A few of them had partial arm protection. You couldn't totally protect your arms as a bowman, of course. And these guys were professional soldiers, which is why when they ran out of arrows, or the French had actually gone past them and they fired their last arrows into the backs of these froggy buggers, they were able to actually charge into them and kill these blokes because they were professional soldiers. They weren't a feudal army at all. They were paid. There were at least two guys we know who started off as English archers who ended up being knighted during the 100 Years' War. At least two. And many, many more than that went up a rank from archer to men-at-arms, which was basically an armored fighting soldier.
Yeah. Someone said in the chat, oh no, sorry, this is really funny. Hunter-gatherers couldn't do frosted tips. All right. Getting roasted. Someone else said I was everything wrong with modern society. Oh, I love it. Anyway. What's the Britain's always sort of we've tended to not have conscript armies. I think I said that earlier, didn't I?
Yeah, generally speaking, we haven't had conscript armies. In fact, the only time England's had a conscript army was from 1915 onwards, 16 in World War I, which was a complete and total disaster.
Don't the French still have national service?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not against national service, but not because it makes a good army. Just because it tends to turn teenagers into men.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's the only reason. I don't think it does the military much, because you're not in long enough for the most part. Faust said that something about the cowardly English shooting the French in the back. Nah, stupid French advancing past the English army. And absolutely, if you're going to do a professional military, like the ideal thing for the military to do is kill the enemy while they're in bed looking the other way. That's absolutely the best thing to do, because then you don't take any casualties. You know, as opposed to like we're apparently, because the Americans have decided to do so, pulling out of Afghanistan. And our 20 years in Afghanistan provided about 500 dead British people, probably 3 times that number have lost limbs, probably 5 or 6 times that number have been slightly wounded for absolutely no purpose whatsoever. Jolly good Britain. Whoa.
So, yeah, it's interesting to think that it's Biden pulling out of Afghanistan.
Yeah, but don't forget Trump had set it up. Trump originally set it up, and Biden's just carrying on with it. But then he knows he's looking forward to his Chinese war.
There's some comments. Someone added, I forgot what it was. Someone's brought up Son of Britain. I think Niall said something earlier. I can't remember what it was, but Son of Britain said, "What do you think of the war games in the US? 100 Royal Marines beat 1,500 American troops in a."
I think that was bigged up by one of the worst chiefs of the defence staff Britain has ever had, and it's done deliberately to try and say, "Okay, we don't really need many troops now. Let's come."
Yeah,
and that's the only reason it was done. And it's bullshit. And if you believe it, you're a moron.
What do you think of the Anglo-American consciousness coming into play? Oh, there's been some group that's been founded in the House of Representatives to promote quote-unquote Anglo-Saxon interests, with like 26 members, I think. Led by Majority Taylor Greene, I think.
Let's see if it
I might have got that wrong, but there's something that's been set up to promote Anglo-Saxon interests. But,
I would just say to Bannister Tarleton in the chat, that was a fine British soldier in the American War of Independence, who trashed the Yankee rebels many times, and good on him. No, that hundred Royal Marines versus 1,500 Yanks is a bullshit story that has been put out deliberately to help Alexander Johnson do yet more British defence cuts. Because they actually said, I read about this on some military sites, and there were people, I think the British Chief of the Defence Staff, who frankly I would at very least sack, who's one of these vile, politically correct soldiers that the British Army has had coming up for quite a long time now. He actually turned around and said he's changed like the basics of war, and anyone who says that should have their head chopped off, because the basics of war never change. So there we go. It's just a lie. Don't believe it. It's just crap. Like as a British soldier said, who saw the same article, if that had been the Russians, they would have put, like, I don't know, probably 250,000 tons of explosives via artillery into that village, and then walked through later on and killed anyone who was still breathing out of the 100 Royal Marines. And I love the Royal Marines. They're great soldiers. They're some of the best soldiers in the whole world, easily. Like, if I was a hostage somewhere and I needed to get rescued, I really would have hoped the Royal Marines were the people doing it, because I'd have a better chance of survival. But 100 Royal Marines ain't going to beat 1,500 people with armor and artillery and all the rest of it, unless it's a con. And most exercises are cons, because most exercises are not free. The enemy isn't allowed to do what they want. They have to do what the exercise says. And exercises are designed to have an outcome, which most civilians don't realise.
Okay, so Anglo Twitter on suicide watch after Duke's monumental takedown. Gutted.
Well, it's not a monumental takedown. It's a takedown of the vast majority of professional soldiers, British or any other country, would say, because it's just crap. Faust, what does Faust say here? Did the
Oh yeah, so this is to do with the news in America. There's someone's set up an Anglo-Saxon caucus in the US, and Niall wanted to know what our thoughts were. Duke, what are your thoughts on this?
Great. See where it goes anyway. I'm unimpressed, but we'll see.
Royal Cope, your thoughts?
That was Hemi's nickname for me. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she comes out with some good stuff. Lauren Whitaker as well, another one, even though she's not an Anglo-Saxon. But
yeah, but here's the thing, right? It's like Matt Gaetz, Whitaker, some QAnon retard. These people are sullying the good name of the Anglo-Saxon. Not half these people aren't even Anglo-Saxon. Why can't they just fuck off? The Americans, God, that's my opinion.
I have it on good authority that Lauren Whitaker's in a group chat on Telegram with Mark Collett in it. But don't tell me where I got that information.
Oh my God.
Well, I'll say what I'm thinking. I'm hoping Atterman is still going to join our show, because there's a couple of things I want to ask him, and I'm hoping Albion. The Albion, I should say, dishes his family early enough to come on. But other than that, I will say to Faust, the British didn't murder Afrikaner women and children. Far from it.
Fucking little shit.
They buggered up keeping Afrikaner women and children in close proximity, which caused the biggest stink in the history of the world in Britain, which sent a ladies' commission out there. They sacked loads of officers, and by the end of the Anglo-Boer War, the Boer commandos who were still on commando, like fighting the British, they actually wanted their women and children in British camps, because they were much safer there than they were on isolated farms in the veldt, where black guys had started killing them. So there we go. That's what I'd say about
How we got here said he thought Ataman was already on the show because he doesn't really say much anyway.
that. Oh,
No, but
bugger off.
when he
That's
does
not
say
true.
something, it's usually something like quite intelligent. So
Yeah, Adam to me is like one of the mainstays of this show, even much more so than even the little dog Rudy, because Adam actually does say a lot of very sensible stuff. Like I don't think if Adam wasn't coming on this show regularly, I'm not sure I'd do it, to be honest.
Yeah, Ataman's a bit like Yoda, like sort of just comes out with that wise take and blows everyone away.
Yeah, he's a very good guy. I have a lot of time for Adam. So yeah, I don't agree with whoever said that.
Save England, we must. I'm sorry.
Well, that is the point. That is the point. But it's not
I
just
shouldn't
England.
laugh at my jokes.
No. You
That's what
never
I
draw laugh at your own jokes, mate. People will take
That's
this
what
if
other
you
people
do.
do. I know it's terrible.
Yeah, but I mean, save England, save Wales, save Scotland, save Northern Ireland. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think Jobu just said in the chat, a Britnut stream wouldn't be complete without Faust burping up Spurg all over the chat, and it wouldn't be complete without Ataman giving the one take per stream, and it's just an absolute piping hot one. But,
Yeah, I agree with that. Jobu, I would also say we need to do another stream very shortly. John McNamara in the chat, the Boer commanders were really cool. Yeah, but they weren't as cool as the Irish troops of the British Army. And it was because of the extreme bravery of the Irish troops of the British Army in the Anglo-Boer War that the Irish Guards were created. Because Queen Victoria was so admiring of these very brave Irishmen fighting for Britain that she created the Irish Guards. So I'd say they were cooler than the Irish Boer commandos, but that's just me, of course. You know, excellent Irish regiments like the 88 Connaught Rangers who fought very bravely. There you go, Patriot Archive, he's got it. Connaught Rangers, 88 foot. Excellent old Irish regiment, and there were many others too. So they weren't misguided, John McNamara. They were fighting for the good guys, but there we go. Although actually, were they? I don't know. I'm not sure who the good guys were in the Anglo-Boer War sometimes.
no good guys and bad guys, only your guys. Friend-enemy distinction.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, you've got to do that, yeah. Now, the 88-foot Faust were not Nazis. The 88-foot were the Connaught Rangers, who were an extremely brave Irish regiment that fought, like, in the Napoleonic Wars, in the Crimea, in the South African War, and also all around the Empire as well, and in the First World War. They were damn good blokes. There's a good song that I sometimes play on this stream, which is was written by their bandmaster in about 1870 or something like that. And they actually say, be they Irish, no, hang on, wait a minute, let me think. Be they Russians, French, or Dutch, Faust, they're going to kill you. They actually say, be they Russians, French, or Dutch. So they weren't fans of the Dutchmen.
Well, according to the song.
Well, they weren't anyway. You know, they were. They fought for the British, not for anybody else. I know Ireland, of course, but back then Ireland was part of Britain.
The masters of the sea, for where the Connaught Rangers, masters of the dangerous. So,
Yeah. It's a damn good tune. It's a very catchy tune. It's good. I've played it quite a few times on here.
Sugar
Where the
in your
boys to
tea.
give them sugar in their tea.
Sugar in your tea.
And there's a thing about Colleen's in there, because there almost always is in a British Army march. Because in a British Army march, the women always think you're cool. I don't know if they always do, really. But sometimes they do, I suppose. think women still quite admire warriors for the most part. They're certainly quite happy to see blokes fighting over them, put it that way. John
We should talk
McNamara.
about.
Hang on, wait a minute. John McNamara, the Connaught Rangers still exist in the Republic. Well, if that's true, which I hope it is, I'd be interested to hear more about that. Sorry, carry on, man. I beg your pardon.
I was just gonna say, like, we should probably, I don't know, maybe touch on the elitism versus populism thing, academic agent stuff, if you want.
Well, yeah, I think we've been doing that a bit, haven't we? Anyway.
Yeah, but there's been some more developments that I haven't followed. Can anyone give us sort of too long?
Yeah, he released a academic agent. I only watched it today. He released it earlier in the week, but he released this video like this massive like fan in the background, like. Anyway, that's enough about the video. But he gave like a load of. It's basically like quite Whig-natty takes, and I think he made like a few veiled references to a certain ethnic group as well. And he was just basically saying,
"Hang on."
I think academic agent.
Yeah, well, what's the video called, mate?
That was there was one he released that was quite good that he talked about Mary Whiteman, but the other one was like I think it was popular plebs versus what was it called?
Yeah, that one.
Was
aristocrats versus plebeians? That's the one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
But yeah, he was basically saying like, oh well, everyone's been taken over by the blues, which is oh dear. And then I think he made a few other references to like certain ethnic groups and stuff. But
I thought when he meant blue, he meant the Blue Party, as in Democrats.
Yeah, I think I mean, there was a few other things as well. There was like 2 or 3 moments where he possibly, maybe plausible deniability, but
he does.
I think
Duke.
He said on Twitter today, like, at least we're not speaking German. I think he's probably been speaking to Morgoth a bit too much recently. So he's coming out with this. He's coming out with stuff like this now. But yeah, I don't know. I watched a bit of I don't know. It's like he has the sort of position that like they shouldn't. I think Richard Spencer gave this take like really like loads of years ago. He said like we shouldn't even try and win people over because like we're the elites. We don't need to try and win people over. And I think like I don't know. It's like. And he's like, well, we should aim to be a 10.
How is that going for Richard Spencer?
Not very well. But I don't know. He was like, oh well, we don't want people who are only 6s or 7s. We want 10s. But like, I don't know. Like as a Christian, I think I said earlier, like as a Christian, I think Christianity is for everyone, right? And there's a lot of people I think in our society who are looking for like. I don't know. I think like a lot of like media things are against them. Like all sorts of like anti-white stuff and things like that. And people are looking for like answers and stuff like that. And when you just say, "Oh well, if it's not for them, it's only for the elites like me. I'm a really clever guy." Then you're just. It's not only is it elitist. It's just like a terrible political tactic. It's you're robbing. You're essentially robbing people of like improving their life, aren't you, to an extent? But I don't know. So I think Sojo's making noises like he disagrees. But anyway.
Yeah, because
I'm waiting for Sojo's opinion. There you go, mate.
Yeah. So I mean, I remember walking away from that video thinking to myself, I basically agree with his analysis in the sense that again, it's like I always say to Phil, like the working class. These aren't the people who hold the levers of power. It's the elite. But I suppose the only where I sort of would draw a distinction is that I don't consider myself or you or academic agent or anyone else in these circles to be part of the elite or
no, I'm not.
Will ever be anywhere near becoming the elite. This is just like.
Who do you think are the elite? Hang on. Sojo, who do you think are the elite?
People who are actual players in the game.
What? So Alexander Johnson, do you think he's an elite?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that seems like an absurd. Of course he is. What an absurd.
You think he's an elite?
Of course he's.
You think he's an elite?
Of course he is. What an absurd thing to say that he's not.
How is
Alexander Boris Johnson an elite? Well, he happens to be the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I would say that gives him a pretty good standing.
Well, Harold Wilson was
classed-
Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but he wasn't an elite.
What, Duke? Don't go this route. This is ridiculous.
You
Of course,
think?
he's an elite. He's just
did
an
go to
elite that
Eton.
we don't like. But he still holds the
I
reins
can
of
like
power.
Alexander Boris
Yeah,
Johnson.
I think
Yeah, we know.
you guys have different definitions of what an elite is. I think.
Yeah, I have an elite is someone who is especially intelligent,
That's what he
especially
means.
knowledgeable about something. Boris Johnson. Alexander Boris Johnson gets told what to do by his
By who?
fucking girlfriend. And you tell me he's an elite.
Yeah, it's because
I would have kicked
Joe's
that
definition
slut
of elite
out.
is people at the
I
top
would
of
have
the
kicked that slut out the second time she told me to do something, or certainly the third time.
Whatever.
He's not an elite, mate. I'm sorry.
Well,
I mean, he might be an
whatever.
elite he might be an elite in the very, very closed off globalist sense. Yes, I agree with you there. But he's not actually a human male elite at all. Like, he'd survive about 10 seconds on his own somewhere.
Dude, why are you taking a sort of a broadly accepted term of elite, which 99% of people know and agree on? And then
Because I think it's shit. I think it's a shit term.
Well, then what would you? So what would you? Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's fine. We can work with that. So what would you call the people who have their hands on the levers of power? What would you call them then?
I would call those the powerful people.
Okay, the powerful
The people in power. The people in power. I'd call them the people in power. No, hang on. I'd call them the people in power.
The people.
But Alexander Boris Johnson is in no respect an elite. The only thing he's got that I regard with any admiration at all is his knowledge of land, and that's about it. Which would do him absolutely no good whatsoever were he in any sort of real life position.
Yeah, but again, I think we're drifting away from where this was. The ruling class or the political class. I mean, fair enough. I mean, we don't need to quibble about the names, but I think the point is that even if we want to use your term, people with power, the folks in these circles like me and you, we are never going to be, well, never. Maybe some people will, but I highly doubt it. But we will never be the people in power. So we're just people on the sidelines with a commentary. It's like we just engage in a kind of voyeurism. So, that I think that this is where I think the ideas of his quote unquote elitism are correct, because the game is played by a handful of people, and ultimately, we seek to influence the philosophical outlook that they have.
That's a bit of a simplistic interpretation, but I think I don't know. Like people say, like, oh, it's either culture is downstream from politics, which is true to an extent, or Albin said, or the other way around. But I think it's more complex than that. It's more just like it goes both ways. But it's the same with the elite stuff. I think, like saying, oh well, there's like 6 people that run the world is like a little bit simplistic. I think there are people with like levels of power who perhaps aren't in the elite but still have levels of political power, for example, like unions and things like that. But
I would consider the unions to be part of the elite, in the sense that they're part of a very narrow section of society that really dictates how things are run.
Do you think unions do that anymore?
Yeah, to some extent. Well, they still have some influence. They still have influence over the Labour Party, and therefore they have sort of an indirect.
There's no elites in the Labour Party, for God's sake.
Okay, well then the ruling class.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Britain even has a ruling class anymore, to be honest. I think they have managers. I think the thing that AA gets right is when he says these people are managerial elites, and that's the only way I think that you can look at it. Is that someone like Johnson he's a managerial elite, but he's not an elite human being in any way, shape, or form for the most part.
Yes, but that's fine. But you can take the idea of populism versus elitism and map it onto the definition that you just gave, and it's fine. But it's the question of where the power lies. Does the power lie in the populace, the average man, or
No.
with the managerial elite? Which one?
With the managerial elite, but
then what is there to disagree with his analysis then?
Well, because I wouldn't call them elites. I just think they're
Okay,
in
so
the position.
you got to hang up on the semantics of the name.
Yeah, because I'm a better man than Alexander Boris Johnson in like 95%. So are you. Probably so is Royal Oak.
Okay.
You know?
Mm.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is that he is not better than most people. He's just in that position.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying, Sergio? He doesn't deserve to be in that position. He's not braver or more intelligent or even fitter. He's not none of those things. You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I don't have anything to say. Anyway, your friend Albion has turned up. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Well, he's all our friend as far as I'm concerned. Albion, good evening, mate. And how are you doing? And
I'm very good.
I'm now going to ask you to keep everyone entertained while I go to the loo, because I have to.
All right. Well, we were talking about the whole populism thing. Like, I think that was the whole argument, because I think Don the pleb and what do you call it, the Yiz person.
Yes, the eunuch.
Yeah, they are the representatives of the populists, I guess. But
yeah, I apologise for joining in so late, and I'm glad that I could make it, because this is a discussion that I'm really wanted to be a part of. Because I think it's quite a critical divide that needs discussing and needs resolving, really. So obviously, I'm coming in halfway through, but what have been the takeaway?
We were talking about genes earlier, but we've just got onto this topic. So you've just come in as we've just started on it. But basically, Sojo and Duke had a different definition of elite. I think Sojo's definition of elite was just like the people at the top of society, and Duke's interpretation was basically like an elite sort of like person, like a strong person or an intelligent person or a rich person. So,
yeah. From coming in, it seems like I caught the tail end of that, and it seems like I think Sojo said it's a bit of a semantic difference. I think the descriptor of elite isn't actually a reflection of their personality or of their status. It's the position that they fill in the current system. You know, they're not being described as elites. It is specifically that two-word term, managerial elite, because that is the role that they fulfill. So I mean, obviously, I've only just come in, but it seems like that disagreement it isn't needed. No one's calling them elites. At least I hope not in these circles. But the descriptor as a managerial elite is a very accurate description as to the role that they fill.
But they're not really elites. They're like fake elites, really.
Exactly, yeah. And I think all of us would agree with that. But I'm happy using that term to describe them, as it's. I think describing someone as a managerial elite. I think most people understand that the elite part is somewhat skeptical, I suppose. It's not an actual descriptor. Yeah. When you're putting the clarification of a managerial elite, you know exactly the type of pencil pusher that we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. That's kind of what I was trying to get across. I think you're correct. And Royal Oak, Sojo, you disagree with that?
No, not at all. I concur with that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, but I think the Albion described it better. Because they're not elites in the sense of like Henry V, you know, who would lead his army to invade another country and like put himself at the front of the battle and fight. They're not elites in that way. They're not elites even in the sense of the blokes who made the Industrial Revolution and created like things that actually changed the way human society went. They're not elites in the sense of explorers like James Cook or somebody like that, who went around.
In the same way that the Republic of the People's Republic of China is a People's Republic.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to get across. They're not really elite. Like most of us on an individual level are at least as good as them, and in many cases we're probably better. You know, like Boris Johnson, like dumped in the middle of the woods in the Black Forest with a load of enemy around him, would probably last less long than me. All right, and I'm 20 years older than him. Actually, I'm not. I'm less than that. But you know, he'd probably last less than me. He's not an elite in any real sense. It's just they have the power, which was the point I was trying to get across, which the Albion has correctly shown what I meant.
Yeah, and I think a more traditional view of the term elite is a more spiritual term or a more all-encompassing term about someone's personality. But the way that we're using elite now is to describe the position that they fill in the hierarchy. Whether or not it's warranted or not is another topic. But they're elite in the sense that they are part of the, if you want to describe the oligarchy that we currently have.
I don't know. I mean, like, there was a time when the guys who ran Britain were like quite considerable people with good ideas, and like people like Sir Joseph Banks and this kind of stuff. It was a long time ago, but it ain't now, you know?
Yeah, no, I think we all agree with that. Or at least I hope we all do.
Yeah. I feel we're somewhat getting dragged into semantics here. I think you've made a good point about like in terms of the elites that we have aren't particularly elite in many ways. You could say it's like, I don't know, Spandrel might say it's Bioleninism, or like certain groups in alliance like getting to the top or whatever. But I don't know, I suppose the whole discussion was about populism against elitism, wasn't it? And I mean, I suppose I wouldn't really consider myself to be either. I suppose I think Sojo, I think, is a fan of Bowden. I think he talked a lot about
as am I.
Yeah, as a I'm not sure.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone wants to chip in their love for the late Jonathan Bowden. It was his birthday a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, yeah, where was I? I've forgotten. Yeah, he talks about the vanguard, didn't he? I mean, sort of. I think that's kind of, I suppose that's like the middle ground, isn't it? Like he talks about the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and they were the vanguard to begin with, but they were an elite to begin with, but then became populist. So I suppose vanguardism is like kind of middle ground between elitism and populism, isn't it? I suppose I know as a way to end the feud, I suppose. But anyway.
I've got to ask Sojo about this because Sojo is our Bowden expert. So what do you reckon, Sojo?
What's the question?
Well, is vanguardism somewhere between populism and elitism? Because I don't think it is, but I mean, I'd like to know what you think.
Well, I suppose is there a generally accepted definition of the vanguard? To me, that when I think of a vanguard in this context, we're talking about a group that is looking to either take the reins of power at some undetermined time in the future, or to shape and influence the individuals who eventually will take power. So is that sort of an in-between between populism and elitism? I guess so.
If you don't mind me chipping in on this, because this is something that I really wanted to talk about, and I regret that I couldn't make it on the stream where you specifically discussed it, but I'm glad I'll be here now. I don't, not to come across as a total fence sitter, but I don't see the two being mutually exclusive. I think that it's essential that the two work together, and I believe that Bowden would have had the same opinion, because there is this strange contrast with him where he's speaking in these audiences filled with people that you might consider to be the plebs, when he is obviously one of the most well-spoken orators that I've ever listened to. But to me, it's because he recognizes that there has to be a combination of both the vanguard, which is the disenfranchised current elites that form a new elite that we see happening at the moment, the more aristocratic side of the argument. But they're not working without aid from the plebs. I don't see these two sides having to have a disagreement. I don't quite understand why the disagreements come about.
100% agree with you totally, the Albion. I think you're exactly right.
I think that movements have always seen a combination of the aristocrats leading the plebs, and so if you're putting a divide, how can you lead them if you're not recognizing that that obviously there is a divide, but you recognize the fact that that exists, but both sides can work towards the same goals.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Like I've watched do you guys all know the Distributist, the American YouTuber?
Yes, yeah.
And I watched his video where his stream, I should say, which was a long stream. It was like 3 hours or something, and it was a lot of it was basically aimed at Don the Pleb. Now, I like Don the Pleb, and I'll tell you why I like him. I like him because he's a ex-United States Marine Corps NCO, and I think he's a good bloke. I think he's a patriotic American in the best sense. I think he understands all about the forever wars and all that shit. And as I actually said in the stream to the Distributist, now the Distributist is a young bloke, relatively young bloke in his 30s, who's married and he has a little baby. And if he was in real trouble, as I said in his chat, someone like Don the Pleb is the sort of bloke who'd probably save him. Yeah. Now you can slag off Don the Pleb and say, okay, well he's not the he doesn't have the most original ideas in the world. Maybe you could say that. I don't know. I know he's really working very hard and organizing and stuff like that. And like I said, if someone like the Distributist, Dave, was in real shit with his wife and his kid, I think Don the Pleb would be the sort of guy who'd save him. So I'm totally agreeing with the Albion that you need a combination of these two groups of people. You can't have one isolated from the other. You're much stronger if you can have both.
What I will say is that these conversations that are currently being had, as long as they're being done in good spirit, are sharpening the blades of both sides. I think that it's always good for us to have a degree of infighting because it keeps us on our toes.
So long as we don't become enemies.
Exactly.
That's what I don't want. Is we mustn't be enemies. Like I like Don the Pleb and I like Dave the Distributist. I think they're both good blokes and they're both basically fighting for the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that what we also see is that Don the Pleb is a man of action, and I think a lot of the people that fall under the category of being plebeians, as they've bannered themselves, would also fall into the category of being people of action. And I think that how much are we referencing some of the current debates of riding the tiger and do you, can I go into that? Yeah. So what I can sympathize with some of the thoughts coming out of that movement. I can probably see more of the aristocratic side in myself, and that because it's a lot of it is intellectualizing. But there's a degree in which if all you do is sit about and philosophically throw ideas about until you're being crushed under the iron heel, then there's no point having these discussions. But equally, men of action, they need to be guided, and I think a lot of the discussions that are being had are guiding them in the right directions. Where this is where I see there being a synthesis between the two sides. So some of the people on the Ride the Tiger bandwagon, I see being of the opinion where everything is falling. I'll tone my language. Everything is falling to pieces. So I don't have to do anything because whatever I do, the world is doomed anyway. And there's quite a defeatist strain of the Ride the Tiger attitude. Whereas I think that parallelism is a viable alternative, which actually sees people taking action as opposed to this more defeatist attitude. And one of the interesting things that we see at the moment with this divide between whether or not we should engage with parallelism or try and retake the institutions, if what the Ride the Tiger group say is true, which is that the reason they're trying to create parallel institutions is so that not the eye of Sauron doesn't land on them, and they're not going to be taken out by the state, which I disagree with completely. I don't think that you're going to get away with any kind of meaningful action without getting the eye of Sauron landing on you. But that's a discussion for another time, I suppose. But the plebs trying to retake the institutions gives breathing space to the people that are making parallel institutions. So again, it's another example of why the two movements can work together.
Yeah, I agree totally. Sorry, guys, I'm just answering an email.
Sorry if I went on a bit of a babble then, but I wanted to
throw
my
cool.
tuppence in.
No, absolutely, Albion, that was good. I agree totally. Sergio, what are you reckoning about that, mate?
Yes, I think that it strikes me that, well, I don't know. I suppose I've got a very cynical view, because I just view that all of this is really just one big LARP, in a sense that, you know, sitting on YouTube is just a talking shop.
So you think this is a total waste of time, do you?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's a waste of time, because obviously I get something out of this. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. And I just like to talk about these things. But I've always had the view that I'm not under any illusions or under the impression that what we're doing here is really, you know, moving the dial. I really don't think it is.
Maybe by like 0.5% occasionally.
0.5% occasionally,
yeah.
Which, you know, isn't that much. And
no, you don't.
I would feel a bit more enthusiastic about what we've achieved, quote unquote, if I actually saw some actual results or gains being manifest in the real world. But I don't see anything like that. I don't see any sort of talent that's actually rising to the top in the real world, even sort of puncturing the sort of the mainstream, that's even vaguely resembles the kind of things that we're talking about. I mean, I suppose you could say that America First is something that's actually hit the mainstream, that's sort of congruent with our kind of thinking. But there's nothing really in Britain that I would say hits the mark.
All right,
So,
Sojo, let me interrupt you just for a second here.
Oh, please.
First of all, I don't do this for America at all. I mean, I'm happy to have American guys watch this, but I don't do it for America. I do it for Britain, and secondarily beyond that, like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa to some degree, but and Ireland even to some degree, but not for America. There's loads of my criticism of AA is that he's, as you said, money talks and bullshit walks, so he's going on about America a lot. I don't know. I just, someone's being really noisy. I don't know. I think it must be so.
It must be me, because I'm the only person who's not muted.
Yeah, it must be. Sorry, I'm just thinking that, like, I mainly do this for the British guys, and following that, like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, some degree South Africa, maybe even to some degree Ireland. But, it's Anglo-Celtic guys who I really do it for.
Yes, this goes well beyond the current divide that we have. Translating anything that happens online into the real world, and one of the people that really opened my eyes to this, and I think someone that I praise a lot, and someone that you've had on previously, the Franklin, on his video "Do Not Be Entertained," which there's a certain irony to shilling a video telling everyone not to watch YouTube videos, but there's a degree to which people will sit down and watch several hours of people commenting on how bad everything's going, and feel like that is them participating in pushing back. And I would rather I don't want to say this on your channel because I'm not trying to push viewers away, but I would rather that people spend an hour of their time doing anything in the real world compared to almost anything that happens online. If you
can do it in the real world, which is pretty difficult.
I totally agree. I totally agree. It's difficult, but if this is valuable and this is being listened to alongside actual action being taken, then it's fantastic. But if all that happens is that we have discussions online and no one acts, then in 20 years' time, what have we done?
All right. Well, you could say that, but then you could also say if we were the Marxists in the middle of the 19th century who were having this sort of conversation, obviously not online because it didn't exist. So we've got that advantage, which they didn't have. But if they didn't have any of those conversations, all that murderous bullshit of communism would never have happened, would it?
I agree, and a lot of discussion online has attracted younger audiences. I think people that previously would not be exposed to ideas because it's not allowed. It's thought crime. Some of the discussions that I had here.
It's outside the Overton window.
So yes, so it's all in moderation. Everything in moderation, isn't it? It's like I say, these discussions are valuable. I wouldn't be participating in them if I didn't feel that they were. But a lot of people can use these as a way of getting out of any kind of real world action, and I think that's incredibly foolish.
But the other thing the Albion that we've been doing is that there's a lot of young fellows who watch this stream, and I often these days watch Royal Oak streams, and I see young fellows on there, and guys who think I'm a good guy, which is ridiculous because I'm not. But one of the reasons for doing these streams is that how can I describe this? Our Anglo-Celtic mates, Anglo-Celtic comrades, if you like, I don't know. But these people, there's a lot of lost young men out there at the moment, and maybe we can at least show these guys, look, you're not on your own, mate. You're not totally insane. You're not stupid. There are loads of other people who know what you're talking about. And actually, the broad sweep of history is in your favor.
Yeah, and like I say, I agree with that. I do think it's more difficult for that pipeline to occur now. I feel like in the time when I was getting interested in certain movements, 2016, 2017, even though there was a lot of hatred between one side and another, there was a certain camaraderie there was reaching across the aisles to have discussions, which obviously they were framed as negatively as possible, but those discussions were still being had. Take a figure, regardless of what people think about him, but take someone like Jordan Peterson. He was being framed as the most right-wing person alive. But despite all of that framework behind it, he was at least on TV or on these interviews where people could at least listen to him directly. And I feel like that's being cut off more and more now. So some of these, like I say, that pipeline is being closed off more and more. So whilst it was very beneficial previously, and it still is now, it's probably harder to actually have people make that journey. But as I said previously,
it's even more important because of the fact that I'm not a great fan of Jordan Peterson because he would stop at a certain point and never go any further. But he made some good points. Sure, he did. But I just think that what we're doing now is even more important because of the fact that even Jordan Peterson can't get on the TV anymore. Yeah.
Look, like I say, it's all in balance. I wouldn't want to be a part of these discussions or want to watch the kind of material that's on at the moment if I didn't think it was beneficial. However, there is a pit that you can fall into in believing that just because I sit here and watch YouTube, I've done my part. That's surface level, and you need to go beyond that. And these conversations will educate you on how you go beyond that, because you shouldn't just act. And I think this kind of ties back into the conversation that we're having between the divide between the aristocrats and the plebs, because a lot of the school of thought on the Ride the Tiger side of things is that if the plebs just act and they don't have the background of reading, and they don't have the aristocrats providing the thought and the right tactics, the plebs acting will just attract too much heat, and it will end up with a boot on their throat faster than would have happened previously.
Don't disagree with that. Can I just ask, because I know he's got to go soon, I'm going to ask Sojo what he thinks about that stuff.
I think we are already in the pleb phase. I think that's what everybody misses. Like this YouTube channel, Academics Agent channel, all of these other channels. Newsflash: we are the plebs. We are the manifestation of the plebeian. What you see.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree with that, but carry on.
What you see, this making YouTube videos, having discussions on streams, this kind of aimless wandering, nobody actually really doing anything, no organization. This is in essence what the plebs are. We are the plebs. And what this movement lacks is the layer above the plebs, that is the elite or the potential ruling class.
What you really need is the leaders, I think.
The leaders. If you want to phrase it that way, that's fine. Yeah. There are no leaders now. There were self-styled leaders. There's Fuentes. There's like Richard Spencer. Again, these are Americans, but there is who is there in British society that is actually representative of the pleb voice, which is us. We don't have a leader. We have no one.
Yep.
I agree with that, and I don't know what the solution is. Because you can't pluck a hero out of nowhere. And I was reading a couple of days ago part of Carlyle's on hero and hero worship, and yes, it just becomes more and more apparent that no one's really meeting the standards that we need. But if you don't have someone to fill that role, the movement can't fully formalize and fully take shape. But on the flip side, you can't force someone into that role. It needs to be someone that sort of seizes the position. So
it's like stars are born, they're not made.
Exactly.
But it would actually have to be like someone who was this perfect knight, if you see what I mean. knight in the medieval sense. It would have to be somebody who had almost never said anything
Absolutely.
bad,
Well,
but was
Wait.
totally pro-British. Like really difficult to find somebody like that.
without
the
without
thing is-
guessing. Sorry,
Sorry,
Carol, Alex.
I was just gonna say, like, this goes back to what Academic Agent was saying, wasn't it? Like, is there a 10 that exists? I mean, like, it's a high bar, but I mean, I don't know. I suppose as a Christian, I could say there's only one 10 that's ever existed, and he was pinned to a
Yeah,
cross
okay, but
2000
you
years ago.
can leave that one
Yeah.
alone because that's just going to make it even harder. If you
Well, yeah, I don't know. I've said before that, like, I think it would be beneficial to have like a Fuentes style figure in the UK. Obviously not. I mean, you can't really put that down to like an exact science, because I suppose the appeal of Fuentes is that he isn't, you know, like a very like Sojo said, stars are born but not made, right?
Yeah.
So you
But
can't put it down
Fuentes-
to a system.
But Fuentes
well-
and his Catboy boyfriend.
I okay. I don't want to run off on Fuentes again. It's more of what he's done in terms of bridging the sort of conservatism to the further
But
right
here-
politics.
But here,
But,
sorry, I really didn't mean to interrupt.
No, carry on. I've finished talking.
Are you finished? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry. But the other thing is that I actually think that we have to fight this. We have to fight this battle on the terms that have already been laid out, which is that actually you actually can't just rely on this star. You can't just rely on the Fuentes type. You can't just rely on the Farage type. Farage is kind of the archetype of the fantastic sort of star leader, but that's actually not good enough. You have to be like the Labour Party. You have to be like the Tory Party. You have to. I think you have to view this like sort of Premier League football. Is that you have a bench, you have a team. The team gets rotated. You need a deep bench with a lot of talent to not just win a election or to win a referendum, but to have something that is lasting for many years, many generations. And that, I think that by its definition means that you need a community of, you can't just have a 10 that pops up every now and then. You need a production line. You need like an academy that's churning out 6s, 5s, 7s, 8s, the occasional 9, a 10 once in a lifetime. But it's got to be this kind of industrial process.
You need an environment in which you can mold the 8s.
Yeah,
You can chisel the 10 out of the 8s that come through.
precisely. Yeah.
So Sojo, you're saying that essentially,
Infrastructure.
yeah, but you're saying essentially that we need what the Albion was saying is an alliance between the elites in inverted commas and the plebeians.
Well, really, you really just need the elites, because I mean, my view is that you can probably just do this with just the elites, but there is a kind of costly signalling value in having a sort of mass popular movement behind you.
I don't think you're right, mate. I don't think you're right, because there are not enough right-wing elites. There just aren't anymore.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem. That is our challenge, to create more right-wing elites. It's that simple.
Then you need to bring those right-wing elites up from the plebeians, do you not?
No.
Well, where do you get them from then?
Yeah, I think it's a mistake trying to.
Spontaneous combustion or what?
No. Herein lies the problem: is that culturally and philosophically, the broad elite that exists now is essentially skewed to the left, and we have to. There needs to, in order for there to be a resolution in our favour, that skew has to go in the rightward direction.
All right. What I'm trying to say is this: like I said before, I'm going to say it again. I'm a believer in British exceptionalism. And I think the main thing about British exceptionalism, going right back to the Black Death and the end of feudalism in England and Wales, was that in Britain, you could always advance, often for yourself, but almost always for your children or your grandchildren. And I just think that the way we get more better elites is we need to promote people from that plebeian level to the elite level.
Yeah, but then when it comes to we on this stream we can't give advice to say that people should go into trades or the army. Then
Why?
well, how does that advance our cause?
Because they're not going to be welfare class, they're advancing. And as we were, listen, I don't know if you listened to anything I said. I'm sure you did, Sojo. I'm sorry. No, Sojo, I'm not.
That's not fair.
No, I'm not having a go at you, mate. But what I'm trying to say is that when we were talking about someone leaving school with no qualifications and joining the army, I actually said, join the army. 25 years later, you're a sergeant major, or you're WO2. Maybe if you're lucky, a WO1. Yeah, and your kids can go to a private school and be above that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I've sort of unfairly straw-manned you there. I mean, that is fair.
No, it's all right, man. I listen. I like you.
But in principle, we need those people who are. They're not just going to be tradesmen. They're not just going to be school teachers. They're going
absolutely
to be
right.
They're going to be business magnates. They're going to be canny political operators, charismatic people.
Yep.
But then again, even if those people come along, what is the vehicle that they can actually work with? We don't have one.
No, we don't. We need more of a nationalist pie in the UK. The Albion, please carry on, mate.
So I have to go. So I'll keep listening, but I've got to go. Sorry, guys.
That's all right, mate. Nice to have you, Sojo. Go on.
Bye.
Good to talk to you.
Cheers, man.
I don't quite remember what I was going to say. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and Anglo Nar said in the chat, pointing out how much money that Nigel Farage got from Christian Holborn and Aaron Banks, and I think Lawrence Fox got a £5 million donation as well. So there are, like, to an extent, what would be termed maybe in the mainstream press right-wing elites, right? Those kind of people, and I think, like, I don't know, if you look historically about how sort of power works, whatever, in this country, usually I don't know, there's sort of like a push, and then the rest of the right sort of I guess sort of like moves from it, I suppose. And usually you can look at the Brexit referendum on that one. And I suppose then the task is like to try and push the right like further on some issues. I'm quite optimistic on that. I've seen James Delingpole's coming out with some things that are quite interesting recently.
He's being very good.
Even Sargon. I mean, I did a video.
Well, much less.
I don't know. There's some things that he's worked out that are more based in Helat's on. I think I think
Sargon's valuable. Because he's not. If you compare him to someone like Jordan Peterson, he won't gatekeep to the right.
Yeah, I agree.
Sargon will happily talk to people much further to the right of him.
But he never reads anything and he never understands anything.
Yeah, but he amasses quite a large audience. So if you are,
he does.
So this is what I mean about the pipeline. Sargon is still a key factor in having that pipeline because he's still willing to discuss with people.
I don't really. The pipeline's a questionable concept, to be honest.
Well, I speaking from personal experience, I know that it can be beneficial. I'm not just talking about myself, but I know many people that have taken not to sound too wanky, but an intellectual journey through YouTube, and Sargon was a key factor of that.
I agree to some degree, the Albion, but like the main thing, because you seem to have some grasp of this. The main thing I would be interested in hearing your views on is I think British exceptionalism was that you could start off as a plebeian family, and if you were talented, hardworking, and also lucky, of course, you've always got to be lucky, you could advance your family up that tree, and you could go up a bit, but your kids could go up a bit more, and your grandkids could go up a bit more still. And to me, that is the British exceptionalism thing. that people like Faust detest because Europe never had it. But what I'm trying to say is, I just think that, like, if we're going to get these tens that AA is talking about, and I don't totally agree with AA at all, but if we're going to get these, we actually do, as you said earlier, need an alliance between the plebeians and these tens, because some of those tens will come from the plebeians.
Well, on that, it was a very a generational progression, which I think that maybe our time frame is too short for us to allow a generational progression from plebeian to elite. As you say, we've always had that progression available
In Britain,
and I'm not saying we try and close it off, but I don't think that there's equally in Britain there has always been a very intentional divide. Well, I don't know, I can't speak to nowadays, but between officers and I suppose the plebs.
I'm not sure that I totally agree with that. I mean, even in the Napoleonic Wars, for example, like in the Navy, it was always totally different.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why I'm drawing on naval examples as opposed to...
In the Navy, it was always totally different. It was always perfectly possible for a guy who was literate in the Navy to become an officer. Always perfectly possible. So long as he was literate and he could navigate, absolutely possible. That's how you end up with people like Captain James Cook, the greatest naval explorer in history. So that was always possible. But even in the British Army, which was less egalitarian in that sense, something like something like 10 or 12% of British officers were actually promoted from the ranks. Always were, and it hasn't changed much even to this day, to a large degree, which surprises huge numbers of people who don't know anything about it.
Well, look, like I say, I'm not trying to cut off entryism from the two classes, but I do think that the divide is real and it's intentional, and it's a good thing, because not everyone can be a 10, and not everyone in some way should be a 10. And I'm not trying to say that as I'm not trying to say that as a way of trying to flatten people down from trying to.
But let me change this a bit. The army and most of the so-called 10s are actually 7.5s to 10s, let's say.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
10 is the ideal.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone ever achieves 10.
Hardly any people are 10s, okay?
Yeah.
This is where I think we're making a mistake here.
Yeah.
And I think it's much easier for, say, a 6 3/4 or a 5.5 to advance one or 1.5 places than it is for this absolutely fictional nonsense of like go to 5 to 10. You see what I mean?
Yeah, well, as you say, the 10 is the ideal. I don't know if anyone can ever actually achieve 10. 10 is the purest form of the leader, I suppose. But the closer you are to 10, you're saying the easier it is to go from a 6 to a 7 to an 8, regardless of whether or not you come from the plebeian background or the aristocratic background.
If you have the right, like, obviously, you have to have the right mental faculties to do it.
Yeah.
And also internal fortitude, bravery, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not one thing, it's a group of things. But the thing that made Britain exceptional over every other single country in the world was that you could do that in Britain. It wasn't easy, but you could do it. Yeah.
Well, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I think the point that Sergio was making just before he left was that currently the divide is in everyone talking in these arenas, but is anyone actually involved in these conversations what we would class as part of the elite? It's one thing progressing from Don the plebs thinking to AA's thinking, but are either of these parties actually part of the elite? I think that was the point that he was getting at, and it's something that should be considered. Because
he's always been very black-pilled, as Sojo.
Man after my own heart. No, I oscillate between the two. So, but it's something that I'm thinking about now, and I think does need to be thought more about.
But if we don't talk about it, will anyone even consider it?
It's a balancing act, isn't it? It's the conversation's necessary, but too much conversation is pointless and leads to no action. Equally, action without the thought is directionless and can end us in a worse place than we started at.
All right. Well, I'll go back to the early Marxists in the mid-19th century. What were they doing except talking bullshit to each other?
Were they? I think that there's an asymmetry, though. Were they being crushed as ruthlessly as we may see at the moment?
No.
On our side of things. So
no, but that just reinforces my point. In my opinion.
How so?
Well, because if you face little opposition, easy to sit around and do what you're doing, chat about stuff, talk about ideas and spread them to other people. But we're not in that position. We're in the position where people are actually trying to shut us down.
Yeah. So what do you think is the better alternative, to act or to discuss?
I just think that you can't have one without the other.
I would agree.
You have to discuss before you can act.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's all a balancing act, and it's a two-pronged attack between these two sides. Sojourner in the chat that I've just seen makes a very good point that they had an ideological basis, and I think Marxist movements and the progressive movements, early progressive movement, did have an ideological framework in which they could pluck texts, which we have, but we don't have anyone formalizing it. So we're trying to, reach into the darkness to find these people that were speaking to us. Whereas for the movements previously, I think there was more of a school of thought that was easier to wrap your head around, because you had elites in positions of high power that were embracing these new ideas. You had fresh texts coming out.
But there was nobody in the mid-19th century who was embracing Marxism.
I would disagree.
In the elites.
Yes, I would disagree that no.
Okay, tell me in the elites who was embracing it in the mid-19th century, 1850s, 1860s.
Okay, I would maybe not with mid, but I can tell you it. 18 for the 19th century, I can list off some. I mean, when we come to the progressive movement in particular, that's kind of where my knowledge lies a little bit.
Yeah, okay. This is what I'm talking about. Who in the mid-19th century, in the 1850s and the 1860s, who was in inverted commas, the elites, was embracing that?
I mean, for authors, you have plenty, which obviously formed a lot of later thought, a lot of fiction authors, people like Wells, Conan Doyle.
Late 19th century. Wells was late 19th century. Conan Doyle, I would argue, he was not in any way embracing communism, not at all.
Well, let me be clear. I'm talking about the progressive movement. That's, as I say, that's where some.
But I don't think Wells was progressive at all. Sorry, I don't think Conan Doyle was progressive at all. H.G. Wells certainly he was, but he was very late 19th century, not middle.
Okay, pushing back further. I'm trying to think of some examples off the top of my head, and I'm struggling.
You're going to tell me Dickens in a minute, which I will absolutely
I will not
against.
tell you Dickens. No, I've had this
No.
conversation before. Dickens, I think, is.
I will argue against someone.
Dickens is lumped in with schools of thought that I completely disagree with. These Marxist readings of Dickens, I think, are completely.
Me too.
Off.
Totally agree.
I'm struggling at the moment to think of any that are mid. I'm heading towards the end of the 19th century, but so I'll see my point.
So I'll agree with you totally. H.G. Wells, I agree totally. Never liked him very much. But not Conan Doyle. Conan Doyle was like in no way a left-wing thinker at all.
Whether or not you class it as left, there's element. I think the problem with progressivism,
and also Conan Doyle wasn't an elite; he was a middle-class guy anyway. So on what we were talking about earlier, like on the basis that none of us are elites, Conan Doyle wasn't an elite. Certainly not in the time when he first started writing Sherlock Holmes and so on.
Okay, what about Lincoln?
Well, first of all, he's an American, so I'm less interested.
Okay, you don't want to touch that. That's fine.
No, it's not that I don't want to touch it. I mean, he's an American, so I'm less interested. But yeah, everything I've seen is Lincoln was a bad shitbag. I'm not fond of him at all.
Okay. All right. I'll cede my point. I can't think of any examples.
Hang on. Sojourner is saying in the chat, Doyle not an elite, laughing my arse off. I'm sorry, Conan Doyle was not an elite. He was like he was at best upper middle class. At best.
I don't know.
He used to go around the country going to posh hotels and abroad and stuff, didn't he? Like he had some knowledge.
When he was rich from writing the Sherlock Holmes stories, yes. Not when he was younger.
I think he had knowledge of places abroad that an ordinary person in the Victorian times wouldn't have knowledge of.
Okay, okay. So all of a sudden, we've gone from elites are not relatively well-read guys like probably all of us, although I'm probably the least well-read of us. But we've changed from that. We've now gone to blokes who can go all over the world because they're rich and famous best-selling authors. Well,
it's a sign they're an elite.
Well, yeah, if you're
just go back to Tom Cloudby, and it's a much more intellectual discussion than.
No, hang on, Roland. The point I'm trying to make, and to Sojourner in the chat, is like if you're a best-selling author, once you're a best-selling author, you might somehow or another kind of be included in the elites. But like Conan Doyle growing up wasn't one of the elites. He was just a middle-class bloke in Scotland.
Well, I think like there was a survey that was done a while back of like what people's grandparents like class was compared to their class today. And I think most people today call themselves middle class, but I think 75% of people said that their grandparents were working class. So just being in the middle class in Victorian times would probably put you in like, I don't know, the top 10-15%. I don't know whether or not, again, we're moving around on our definition of elite.
Well, look, how long has he been dead?
I'm not sure. I'm not even totally sure of what the argument he was making.
He's been dead 100 years. He's been dead 100 years. The point I'm trying to make is, like, you can't say Conan Doyle was a left-wing elite. For a start, he was never really left-wing.
I think he's right-wing, actually.
I wasn't making the point that he was left-wing. I think the separation with... Maybe it's my fault because I was giving examples of progressivism as opposed to Marxism, which there's elements of it, but there's a particular Anglo-centric focus with early progressivism. So I probably made a faux pas and given examples.
No, that's all right, man. It doesn't matter. I mean, like you were totally right about H.G. Wells, who was absolutely a progressive and a scumbag, in my opinion. But
yes, second that.
I think all progressives are scumbags. But I don't think Conan Doyle was one of them. and I'm a huge fan of the Sherlock Holmes books. And
Oh,
if
trust me, so am I. So am I.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to watch the best Sherlock Holmes turned into like TV stuff, you gotta watch Jeremy Brett's stuff. Jeremy Brett was absolutely, totally Conan Doyle Sherlock Holmes, and he was brilliant. That's great.
So I was kind of missed that bit because I was downstairs, but the argument that Albion was making was that because that there were left-wing authors in the 1890s, and that was proof that there was Marxism in the 1890s, and that was proof of something else.
Mm-hmm.
There
was Marxism in the 1890s. My point was there wasn't very much in the 1850s or 60s. Like,
well, again, I think the discussion was whether or not there was Marxist thought already present in the late 1800s.
Well, there's Chartism, wasn't there, and like Jacobin sort of stuff.
Yes,
yeah,
I don't know enough about the Jacobins to comment on that because I'm not informed enough to comment on that. But from my knowledge, it would fit that description.
Because there was a load of stuff that happened before the Great Reform Act in 1832. I think there was like quite a lot of. I think that was the Chartist stuff.
Yeah,
I'm not great on this period history, but
Chartism was early British socialism.
Yeah,
and it got nowhere whatsoever.
I'd have to. I think
I literally got nowhere. It was totally like it didn't get anywhere.
To be honest, I think I looked through the Chartist like political points, and to be honest, it just looks like classical liberalism. Doesn't. I mean, I think there was one or two things that you could say a bit more left wing. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was exactly, but it was mainly just like, oh, people have a right to vote.
It's egalitarian more than anything.
Yeah, it's more just classical
it's socialist. Yeah. But it got nowhere, and you will hear people turning around and saying, "Oh, the Chartism movement and the Great Reform Act." But the Chartism movement, like the big period in it, was actually before the Great Reform Act. But for some reason, people don't understand.
Yeah, I think I remember I looked for it like quite a long time ago, and I think there was only like one point that I disagree with which was payment of members to vote, paying people to vote. That's the only point I disagreed with. But I don't know.
I disagree with all of it.
Sorry, payment of MPs, wasn't it?
No, payment of workmen so that they like could have a day off to go vote. Yeah.
But I disagree with all of it.
I disagree now. Yeah. I disagree now, but I think when I looked through it, I was a bit, I don't know, more centrist. But I don't know.
I'm fairly certain one of their biggest points of contention were getting MPs to have a salary as well.
Payment, yeah. So,
which again, it completely perverted the incentives of wanting to take that position.
Yeah. And look, I'm a household franchise supporter, and certainly not a women voting supporter. So, although to be fair, the Chartists didn't support women voting, it has to be said, because that was the one good thing I'll say for them. But I'm a household voting supporter, and the only exceptions I would make, as I've said many times on this stream, is if you're in the British Armed Forces, they don't give you a vote. But apart from that,
as long as it's not postal.
I wouldn't even care about that. Yeah, I get you. You're making a joke. But no, I if you join the British Armed Forces, I'd let you vote after you'd finish your service. Apart from that, household voting is the only way to go. With some sort of monetary or property qualification.
Yeah, property.
It's the only way to go. What we have now is just ridiculous, nonsense. It's a sham of democracy.
Well, I would disagree with that. I think it's a natural progression of democracy. I think that universal suffrage is going to happen when you focus on elevating the demos.
Well, okay, but then I'm not a Democrat. Never said I was. So.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
I'm not a Democrat. I would like the main people whose vote counted in Britain to be the people who've had a stake in the country, which was always the old Tory Conservative point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not, and like I said, I'm not against people raising themselves up into that position. I think that should be available because I do believe to some degree in equality of opportunity, but I don't believe in equality of outcome at all. It's just nonsense. Like a theoretical equality of opportunity, that's cool. That's what we should aim for. We'll never get it, but it's what we should aim for. So that, you know, really bright, clever people can rise up in the world, because that way the best rise to the top, hopefully. But that's as far as I go. I mean, you know, the vast majority of people, I don't give a shit what they think about politics, because it's mostly ridiculous. That's why everyone's been locked up in their homes and wearing a mask for the last year and a quarter. Because most people are fucking stupid. Excuse my language.
Well, I think most people think that they're rational.
I've met women that think they're rational, and on the other hand, I've never ever met a really rational woman in my entire life. Not in 56 years. I've never met one. They're not really rational. They pretend they are, but they're not.
Yeah, well, it's no coincidence that you saw a maternalistic turn of the state when the franchise was expanded.
Yeah, exactly. And why was the franchise expanded exactly? Like, all British guys got the franchise in 1990 because, like, all of them ran the same risk of being blown to smithereens in the First World War. But why did women get it? For giving guys white feathers who were on wound leave in the UK. I've never quite worked that one out. You know? Like, I knew old boys, because I'm an old cunt. I was born in 1965, and I knew very old gentlemen in the late 1970s who had fought in the First World War. Like, I remember guys who'd gone over the top of the Somme in 1916, fixed bayonets and all this shit into the German machine guns. And I knew all these blokes, and I knew one guy who was wounded in 1915. He was a territorial army guy, so he got sent out there in 1915 to replace the regular army casualties. And he got wounded and he got sent back to the UK, and he was in some army hospital in Yorkshire or Lancashire. I can't remember. It was in Norfolk. And he was a London bloke. And he was allowed to go home on leave to go and visit his parents before he went back to France in 1917. And he went back to London wearing his civilian clothes because he didn't want to scare his mum. Because his mum was scared shitless that he was going to die because he'd already been wounded. So he went home in his civilian clothes. And this middle-class bitch gave him a white feather in London, saying, "Why aren't you in the army?" And he slapped her around the chops. And I reckon he was far too kind to him. Because, like I said, he'd done his time and he got quite badly wounded, and he was just about to go back again. But that was the real feminism. That was the real first wave feminism that people fucking lie about all the time. Some middle-class bitch giving a British workers guy a white feather for being a coward who'd already been wounded on the front and was just about to go back. But you can't say that on the BBC or the MSM. Oh no, the suffragettes were wonderful. No, they weren't. They were bitches who blew up places and did terrorism. And there were middle-class bitches who did that shit.
Yes, that's the element that's always left out conveniently, is that it was never universal suffrage for the first wave. It was always middle-class women getting the vote because they wanted to dictate what men do.
Whereas most of the working class women were more concerned about their husbands and fathers and brothers and sons coming home. That was what they were mostly concerned about. Yeah, many of them went off and did their stuff in like armaments factories and this kind of stuff. But they weren't doing it because they wanted bloody women to be the people who ran shit. It was utter nonsense. And I'm like, you're not even allowed to say that on the mainstream media anymore. The mainstream media these days, feminism was great, always, which was complete lies and crap. You know, you get that stupid bitch who ran under the king's horse, and constantly you'll see the video of that. Fuck, I wish the rest of them had been under the king's horse.
Yeah.
Morons.
Just a comment. I saw someone mention Mary Wollstonecraft. So it was being. I mean, this was being propagated during the French Revolution. This was really starting to come to fruition because she.
Where it started, like all the rest of the left wing stuff, started in the French Revolution.
For a long time now, I've been thinking that the French Revolution was probably the most important historical event for the last 600 years.
Yeah, and the worst, yeah.
Yes, for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, and eventually you got this wank Napoleon taking over, and you'll get some guys. Napoleon was great. Yeah, of course he was great. If you weren't a private soldier, when he would kill you. The Duke of Wellington, right, was a very tough soldier. And in my opinion, the best British soldier in history. But the Duke of Wellington, twice at least, was seen in absolute tears over the losses of his army. Outside the fortress of Badajoz, which the British captured a huge loss, and after Waterloo, it is impossible, totally and absolutely impossible to imagine Napoleon doing that. Because he did not give a shit about his soldiers. They were just eggs who got broken. So maybe he was an elite, eh? Maybe.
Again, Napoleon. How long have we got? That could be a long conversation. You're far more informed on Napoleon than I would be, but
you have as long as you would like. I'd like. Except your only limit is I'm going to stop in 52 minutes. That's your only limit.
No, I would be made to look a fool if I went into discussions with Napoleon because I'm sure you're more informed than I am. But I think that he's a.
Depends how much you like him, mate. If you don't like it, you'll be.
I'm not a great fan.
I can't remember if it was Aristotle or Socrates to say that true knowledge is that you know nothing. But
yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But I detest Napoleon. So if you don't like him, that's cool. Excuse me 1 second, gentlemen. Please keep our audience entertained.
Well, he's hit the wrong button. Boomer tech. This is the third boomer tech moment of this stream. Faust brought up the Duke of Reichstag, who was Napoleon's son. I guess we'll give some brief takes on Napoleon. I think he had like the first sort of liberal constitution, didn't he? In terms of like global and European politics, at least. And I think like the way he justified the stuff in Spain, I think, and in Holland as well, and in the Confederation of the Rhine, was that like he was giving out these like liberal constitutions. I think, and a lot of like the liberals, like sort of liberal political caste, like people like Joachim Murat in Italy and other people. I think he was actually French, but there was Italian people who sided with Napoleon in Italy because they wanted a liberal constitution.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose he's bad from that. I mean, like, I believe, you know, Romans 13 and 1 Peter 2:18, 12:18, sorry. that based on that, the monarchs are God-anointed authority. So obviously he removed the God-anointed authority, which was the Bourbons. So that's his first crime. Obviously, he left a lot of soldiers for dead in Egypt during that thing, and obviously he went into Russia, which was a mistake. He's a warmonger, wasn't he? A bit like a certain mid-century German, but
Yes.
or Austrian rather.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. I suppose with those kind of governments, with like one sort of person who's risen up with absolute control, it's quite common to like get expansionist sort of tendencies. I mean, people defend Napoleon by saying that there was only like one war that he started, and the rest of them were people declaring war on him. But yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know those kind of governments. I think it's what Hobbes would call what would he call it? So Aris, what would he call it?
Absolute
There's three
monarchy, or-
types. There's three types. I'm looking like a moron again. There's three types. He's one of the types anyway, but he would call it.
Just on what you've commented on there,
Yeah.
why do you think it is that the governments that overthrow monarchy always seem to become expansionist very quickly?
Well, I think I don't know. It's a violation of authority, isn't it? I suppose it's like authority has changed. I don't know. Probably someone would have a better take on this than me, but I mean, I don't know. It just tends to be a pattern, doesn't it? I suppose. But yeah. Royal Coat would be like, have you read Hobbes? I read Leviathan when I was about 16, but and it's a bit of a difficult read. But
Yeah, I do. Obviously, as you say, with Napoleon, his expansionism was justified or caused by his desire to liberalize. But beyond that, yeah, I'm no expert on Napoleon. I've got a volume sat about of him that I need to get around to at some stage. Yeah, but I do think that, again, going back to the disaster that was the French Revolution, the void caused by the revolution was almost inevitably going to be filled by someone like Napoleon, who would take on the role of a monarch whilst decrying the idea of a monarch.
And killing hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people all over Europe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think it's also, as you say, with the contrast between the Duke of Wellington and Napoleon. It's the rationalist school of thought that we saw pop up during the revolution. If you have no investments, it's probably why in some ways he was a decent tactician, and in other ways he failed completely. If men are nothing but pawns, it perverts the way in which you'll use them during combat.
You see, everyone always says, they always quote Wellington, and they say the British Army was the scum of the earth. They all enlisted for drink, don't they? That's the most common quote you will get from the Duke of Wellington. But they never finish it. They never finish it. The second part of the quote is, "But it is wonderful, the fine fellows that we have made them." And they never quote the second bit. Which was
I was guilty of that once, but yeah. Anglo Nile said in the chat, the Duke of Wellington was anti-Jewish emancipation and said Britain was a Christian country.
I have no idea what his opinion was on Jewish emancipation, but I do know he was the Prime Minister who allowed Roman Catholics in Britain to serve in the armed forces officially and also become MPs. But I have no idea what his opinion was on Jews. Never read anything about it, to be honest. And I've read quite a lot on Wellington.
And Niall said that Napoleon was pro-Jewish emancipation and pro-secular. So he
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So
he was certainly pro-secular.
He was, yeah, as well. He wasn't religious, was he?
No.
I mean, another interesting thing about the Duke of Wellington was that, as everybody knows, like he lived to a very old age, became British Prime Minister twice, And wherever he rode around in London and the rest of the world, he always had a couple of guineas in his pocket to give to any British soldier who could say that he was one of his veterans. Wellington would always ask him a couple of questions to prove it was true. But if Wellington was satisfied, yeah, actually you did fight in the British Army in the Peninsula or Waterloo, he would give him 1 or 2 guineas, which was the equivalent of like 7 or 8 weeks' pay now, today, for a soldier.
He's incredibly principled as well, from my surface knowledge of Wellington. He always seemed to put his values over the party, which
yeah, he wasn't a party soldier. He was a Tory for the most part, but he was mainly a British nationalist who wanted to win for Britain. And what people don't realise is that in the Peninsular War, when the British Army, with the help of the Portuguese and the Spanish, but mainly the British Army, it has to be said, they wouldn't have done it on their own. When the British Army first of all liberated Portugal, then liberated Spain, and then invaded the south of France in 1814, Wellington was constantly bombarded by messages from London saying, Duke, you've got the only British Army. If you lose this one single army, we're sunk as like in terms of our army. I mean, obviously the Royal Navy was still there, which was the main British armed force, as it should be for an island nation. But Wellington was constantly bombarded by the politicians with this idea like, you've only got one army and you can't lose it. And he never did. And he kept winning in battle after battle after battle, partly because he was like the best British general there's ever been, in my opinion, but also because his officers and men were competent and really brave. And again, I think this comes back to this tens or elites versus plebeian thing. Like Wellington was the elite, but without the plebeians of his officers and men, he couldn't have done anything. You have to have both, in my humble opinion, anyway.
Yes, and I think on that agreement, the question then becomes, how do the two sides work together?
Well, recognizing they're not totally separate, for one thing. Like some of the upper plebeians will actually join the elites. I think that's one thing. And that's particularly important for the British, who, as I keep trying to emphasize, have always had this relatively mobile society. The Albion, Rollo, what do you think about that? I just think Britain's been more socially mobile than the vast majority of Europe ever has been, to be honest.
Well, yeah, that's because we're on an island, isn't it? We don't have we haven't needed to have, I suppose, in the Marxian sense, like kind of camaraderie. Yeah, we haven't had to have like that camaraderie because we're not. I mean, like the Germans, Faustus brought up. The Germans are stuck between two great powers, aren't they? The French and historically the Slavic East, Russia and things like that. So they've had to have a sense of collectivization. As I think, what was his name again? Spengler pointed out. They had sort of a Prussian. He called it Prussian socialism. It wasn't really socialism, but a sort of togetherness for the state that was necessary. Because they had all these external enemies, and obviously because we have the White Cliffs of Dover, quite an important image. Even the name of the stream, Splendid Isolation. We didn't need to collectivize, and you can see like even in our different intellectual traditions, like the British produced. We can go through. We can say Locke, John Stuart Mill, Adam Smith. We could go on all day, couldn't we? I suppose I've mentioned 3. David Hume, there's another one. Hume was a bit more based though. But,
yes,
but sorry, and then compare it to even the French. The French had Maurras and people like that. They've had the New Right. Even the Germans had. Where do I start with the Germans?
Britain was this fortress made by nature,
and that caused us to be more liberal, didn't it? I suppose, or at least more individualistic.
No, I didn't think it made us more liberal. I do think it made us a bit more individualistic. Yes.
But surely one's downstream from the other.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true, actually. I think that's a bit of a fake modern take, if you like.
Thanks. I'm joking. I think it's true to an extent, but I don't know. Albion, any thoughts?
I certainly agree that the isolation allowed for a greater degree of individuality and culture as a reflection of geography. I think is something that is accurate up into an extent, but I'm not sure where I stand on it influencing our level of liberality.
Well, imagine where the United States would have been through the whole of the 19th century up until at least 1900 without the Royal Navy to enforce the Monroe Doctrine. Because the Royal Navy was the only thing that ever enforced the Monroe Doctrine. Like, without the Royal Navy, every nation in Europe could have gone to North America and landed large forces there, and the Yanks couldn't have done much shit about it, to be quite honest. Like, the only thing that enforced the Monroe Doctrine up until at least 1900 was the Royal Navy. But I don't think there's any recognition of that in America at all these days. None whatsoever. Like,
is this another boomer tech moment?
I know he's back. Sorry, as you were saying, Monroe Doctrine, British Navy. Oh. Anyway, I'll read through the chat quickly until he comes back. Poofy, I don't know. I was kind of thinking, like, you can even look at the Conservative Party, for example. I suppose it's not really liberalist. It's more just like reformist, I'd say. That's been caused by us being on our own island, right? We're not like we never had like because we've never had the collectivization. We've never like other than the Peasants' Revolt, we've never really had like Duke's Banks. I'll make it brief, but we've never really had like because we didn't have the collectivization. We've never had like a revolutionary kind of thing going on. And that's why, you know, if you want to look at the history of this country for the last 150 years. You pretty much like listing off the history of the Conservative Party. I mean, Great Reform Act, Disraeli, you know, Churchill, Thatcher, Brexit. You know, it's a list. It's it's a list of things that the Conservative Party have done, right? And the Conservative Party, it's important to remember, were the party that took us into Europe and took us out of it. They were the party that took us into the empire under Disraeli and then took us out of it under, I think, Macmillan.
it wasn't Macmillan, it was Wilson.
Was what other people. Me. Yeah, like I've got that wrong, but it's correct. It was a Conservative government that did that. But
no, it wasn't. Yeah. It was the Labour government that destroyed the last of the British Empire.
Well, the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party.
It was that absolute scumbag Wilson.
Yeah, it was Wilson partly, but the Conservative government.
Yeah, I didn't.
Do you not think? Do you not think that tells us? Sorry, carry on.
It wasn't Macmillan, it was his successor, Douglas Hume.
Yeah, I think it was a Conservative government that actually took us out of India. I seem to remember.
No, that wasn't Wilson. That was that scumbag Attlee.
Of course, I look like a moron on stream, but you understand the point I'm making. The Conservative Party at least were like. We're going along with the taking us out of the empire stuff.
Yeah, they were left-wing assholes. That's why I don't like them.
Well, they're reformist, aren't they? I suppose because I mean,
they're not reform. No, reform. Reform makes you think, oh, it's good. They weren't reformists. They were anti-British. That's more truthful of what they were.
What I'm trying to do here is tie the reformist nature of the Conservative Party to the reformist nation of the reformist sort of nature of British people in general. That's what I'm trying to do.
Don't agree at all. So well, go on. You can do that, but I don't agree with that.
Okay, but I was just saying, I don't know. I think we're reformist because we haven't had that camaraderie that has meant that we're a bit more revolutionary.
Rubbish. Total nonsense, mate.
All right.
I'm sorry, I just don't agree
All
with
right.
that.
Why is it wrong that we're the British?
All
people?
right, the British people. This. I'm a British exceptionalist. Someone knows that about me who's never on my streams, but good because I am.
Thanks.
The thing about this is that in Britain there was always that small but absolutely possible ability to rise. You could rise yourself. You could certainly make your children rise. You could most certainly make your grandchildren rise. Always was possible in Britain, never was possible in somewhere like France, for example. Like Napoleon wouldn't have got where he was had he not been a minor aristocrat. Whereas in Britain, the aristocracy was always permeable. Always was. Never was not. Like, certainly not after like 1300 or something like that. So in Britain, if you were talented and you worked hard and you were bloody lucky, and Sojourner, I'm not bullying the guests, but if you want to do your own
It's
stream,
all right. No. I did ask.
Sojourner,
Sorry.
Sojourner, if you want to do your own streams, mate, I won't tell you what to do with your guests. But there we go. But I'm not bullying the guests. I'm just saying what I think, which I think is correct, because like history is one of the things I do get. Britain, the aristocracy was always permeable to a limited degree. That's why we didn't have revolutions. That's why
the reformist, wasn't it? So you've just proved my point.
No, I don't think it was reformist at all. No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not listening. I said it was permeable.
Well, it's permeable. Well, surely it being permeable is a result of reformism.
How?
Well, because for that order to survive, it has to be to an extent. You said permeable. You could say, I don't know. You could get into it, right? You know, it was accessible. It was accessible to the people, like the monarchs.
It was accessible. Yes, it was accessible. So, why does that make it revolutionary in any way?
Well, I didn't say I said it was. I said
why does it make it progressive?
Anti-revolutionary.
Why does it make it progressive or
reformist? Well, in the 1850s and 1860s, a lot of the traditions that we think are quite old, the royal family took up, like the changing of the guard.
I'm mostly talking about 200 years before that, at least. But okay, carry on.
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to give an example of like, but I mean, royal families across across the oceans, were sort of like I don't know how like whether or not you agree, but I think generally speaking they were a bit more like inaccessible. They were like, oh well, I'm above the people, and to an extent monarchs are above us. But I mean, over here, like they did make an attempt to like sort of appeal to the people, and I'm giving a point in terms of how people judge them, and it's like the changing of the guard was something that they did because people liked that sort of whole tradition thing, right? And again, we have we didn't have a popular revolution in this country other than the peasants' revolt in whenever that was. I think it was the 14th century.
1381, I think.
1381, so 14th century.
Whoever, well, even that one I would dispute.
But the French.
Whoever had anywhere in the world an actual popular revolt?
Well, it's the whole talking point. There's no such thing as popular revolutions. But I mean, even
that one wasn't really.
Well, we could go down. There was the German Revolution in the 1800s. The French had a revolution about every 10 years or something, and we didn't really have it here, did we? Well, Faustus brought up the Charters. that was about an afternoon. It doesn't really count. But
didn't work.
Yeah. So, but I mean, other countries, especially in continental Europe and countries that aren't islands, had a lot more revolts than we, and revolutions than we had.
Yeah, there was loads of revolts, but hardly any of them worked. And even looking at the peasants' revolution in England, it wasn't really run by the peasants.
Okay, well, you can make that argument, but I mean,
you certainly can. Yeah.
In terms of the monarchy, why do you think that we're one of the only countries in the world who still has a monarchy?
All right. Can I just say there is a difference between the monarchy and the aristocracy. Okay?
Sure.
The one is below the other. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. The aristocracy in Britain, England before that, but Britain eventually, was always slightly permeable. That's the point I'm trying to make. Not that the monarchy was, because that's above those guys, all right? But I guess you could, in one generation, join the aristocracy and eventually join the monarchy, maybe. I don't know. Don't even care. I don't think it matters. The point I'm trying to make is that in Britain, you could change your social class if you worked hard, if you were talented, and if you were very lucky. Wasn't the case in most of Europe.
Sounds a bit liberal to me, Duke.
Why is that liberal?
Well, it just equality of opportunity is a liberal concept.
Okay.
At its core.
Well, then I'm a liberal because I'm a supporter.
Right, fine. You know, I consider.
I am not a supporter of equality of outcome at all, but I am a supporter of equality of opportunity insofar as you can do it. All right.
Yeah. Sure.
And that to me was the Britain thing. And I'm sorry, but I am not going to fall back on these Christian guys, and they are mostly Christian guys as far as I can work out, who want to turn around and say, oh, well, if you're the son of a blacksmith, you're always going to be a fucking blacksmith. I don't agree with that.
Well, I mean,
I'm happy if you want to be the son of a blacksmith, that's fine. But if you are a blacksmith who invents something brilliant, you should be able to become a capitalist. If you're a blacksmith who doesn't want to do that and wants to join the Navy, you should be able to become a good admiral.
Well, the problem is
care.
The problem is with people. I mean, I agree in principle. I mean, the problem is with you know, the whole meritocracy thing is, number one, you begin to start getting underclasses, because a lot of the more intelligent working class people will end up, you know, getting into the aristocracy. You can argue that that's good, you know, with perfect utility.
But there's always going to be an underclass. There's always been an underclass. They're the guys they're the guys who the workhouses in the UK were designed for.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Fine, if you can't get out of that, tough shit on you, mate. That's my absolute opinion on it. I'm not one of these people who thinks like, oh, okay, well, if Napoleon hadn't been minor aristocracy from Corsica, he wouldn't have been able to be an artillery officer in the French army, and he would never have got anywhere. And I hate Napoleon. I detest him. I think he was a scumbag.
Yeah, I think that you're correct, and that viewing this from a historical point of view, meritocracy is completely subverted now, and I think so is this idea that you have to find your own path. There's a lot of people that would rather just default to the job of their family, and I think the push for people to say you can't be a blacksmith anymore because that's what your father did. So you need to go and find yourself. It was this ability to do so, but only if the temperament of the person actually encouraged them to move to another station. But for the vast majority of people, they are more than happy keeping the tradition alive in their family.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I followed my father into the army because he was a soldier. And I totally agree. But I mean, obviously, that's somewhere where you rise and fall to some degree on merit and luck. But I totally agree with you, the Albion. I think that like you should have the opportunity to follow your father if you want to. But you should also have the opportunity to go and do something else if you think you can do it. But only if you can make it. If you don't make it, well, okay, I'm not going to give you much of a safety net under that.
Well, who would disagree with it that you should be able to not do what your father did? Did someone say that like you should be forced to go into your father's occupation in like some kind of like Soviet thing?
Oh, certain areas of I've seen AA videos that almost say that, to be honest.
I think the thing that we're mainly arguing about is the actual culture involved and how it influences people making that decision.
Yeah.
More than whether or not it's permitted, it's more how are people influenced to make that decision. Because obviously at the moment we have all that you should aspire to be is a makeup tutorial artist on YouTube, or an actor, or something that, or you need to go and go to university,
pen pusher, or be a pen pusher for the NHS.
Yeah, you need to be a member of the bourgeois or the managerial elite. Whereas what I would, and I think Ian Duke agrees, what I would much prefer is to see a generational view of the family, and say that it's more than acceptable, and it's admirable to carry on the family tradition of your trade. But if there's movement that you want to make, then the doors are open to you, but no one's going to be there to assist you, and no one's there to actually to encourage that. It's which more than anything shows that move is correct, because the only thing influencing that decision is the innate feeling within you that I should swap from this trade to another, or in another case, swap from blacksmithing to the navy. No external factors are actually coming in to influence that.
Yep. But if you can do it and you succeed, you should be welcomed into that new career that you're doing.
Yeah.
And that to me is like the absolute, that's what traditional British culture has always been. And that's why we don't have these revolutions, because there is that limited ability, and it is limited. It's not for everyone, but it's a limited ability that the really talented and hardworking and lucky can rise. And that's the best you can do, because it gives you that kind of social mobility.
Mm-hmm. And maybe most importantly of all, if you fall flat on your ass trying to do it, then tough luck.
Yeah, your fault, mate. You tried, you failed, your fault.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't go and do something else.
No.
The British society has always been that little bit more open than it was on the continent. And people will try and turn around and say, oh, no, it was really liberal. It might have gone liberal. And yeah, the Whigs, actually, I disagree with Royal Oak on this. I think the Whigs ran Britain for more time than the Conservatives did. But
it doesn't carry on.
All right. I think if you went back to, I don't know, 1600, say, I think they probably did actually, but not by much. But Britain wasn't liberal. What it was it was a bit more free. This is where this whole thing of the freeborn Englishman comes from, the freeborn Britain. And partly, of course, it came from the Black Death and the early ending of feudalism in Britain, in England and Wales. But really, the whole idea of this freeborn Englishman, this English working class bloke who could consider himself the equal of any number of aristocrats on the continent, came from the fact there weren't serfs here, and there hadn't been for many years. I mean, slavery, for example, was banned in Britain from at least the 1780s at the very latest, because an English judge turned around and said, in a legal ruling, that the era of England is too free for anyone to be a slave. And that was the 1780s, not like the late 1860s, like in America, for example. This is one of the things I wish that British people would start to understand, is that, like, we had so many different things that, and Son Hamar saying, thinking banning slavery is good is liberal. Is it? Maybe. I'm not sure about that. I can see pros and cons on it, but in general terms, I can see pros and cons on it. Look, do you know what? There were people who were happier being slaves than not being slaves. There were many of them in the Caribbean in the 19th century, if you want to go and read about it, which you can. But if you're going to look at it from a modern point of view, which is where we constantly get our MSM bollocks, Britain was almost the first major nation in the entire world to ban slavery. So where's all that white guilt coming from in Britain's case? Don't know. The Albion, what do you reckon?
Yes. Sensitive topic. No, I agree with you that there's we wouldn't be where we are today without a history of slavery, and we wouldn't be where we are today without a history of banning slavery. So I don't think it's entirely a liberal concept to get rid of it. I think that the two axioms that we're talking about are the understanding of the value of hierarchy and the understanding of the value of freedom. And I think that this is something that for Britain has always had a very good balance of the two. Libertarian movements seem to quite often forget the first one and just focus on the freedom. And maybe some of the more continental viewers would value the first and not value the second more. But to me, there's always been a very good balance between allowing a high degree of freedom, but valuing the hierarchical institutions on par with that freedom.
We lost it certainly in World War One, maybe before that, but certainly in World War One. Like, to me, the original sin of Great Britain and the British Empire was joining World War One in 1914, and in particular after that, raising a mass land army against all British tradition. And every bad thing that's happened to Britain since has been absolutely from there. And we didn't need to do that. We did not need to do it. The Royal Navy and Britain had decisively outbuilt the Germans prior to 1940, to the extent that even the Germans said, no, we can't outbuild the British in warships. We didn't need to do it, but we did. And partly, or to me, the biggest evil bastard in all of that, or excuse my language, was Grey, the Liberal Foreign Secretary, who absolutely tied Britain into France and also Russia for some unknown reason in the Entente Cordiale. And to me, that's the original sin of the British.
If the French Revolution lit the match, then the 30-year period, 1914, that was fuel to the fire.
Britain didn't need to join, and had we not joined, Germany would have beaten France in 1915, certainly in fairly early 1916, but probably in 1915. They would have done something slightly worse than they did in 1870 when they beat France very quickly. And Britain would have stuck there going, okay, still got the greatest navy in the world, twice as big as anyone else's. British Empire still going fine. No American interference with Europe. Probably no Russian Revolution. Certainly no Second World War. And so to me, like the original sin of Great Britain and the Empire was joining the war in 1914 mainly because of Grey and the Liberals, and then in raising a mass land army, which is something Britain had never ever done in their entire history. Which people like Churchill then decided to say was Britain keeping the balance of power in Europe, which was never what we did. But, whatever.
I think to an extent you've sort of proved my point. I think I don't know. I don't think liberalism is, at its core a dirty word, perhaps. I don't know. I think well, you can call it. I don't know. Well, you just said.
How would you define it?
Who are we talking to? Me.
Yes, liberalism. Just
whether it's difficult again. Like ideologies are. I suppose I think Jonathan Haidt defined it as I think for the moral foundation theory, he said it's the ideology where freedom is like the ultimate good. And I think the right was where, or I can't remember what the right was, but the left was equality. So I suppose it's like I don't know, freedom is the ultimate good. And you've brought up like British people being free.
Roylo, do you like regard Jonathan Haidt as like a serious figure?
Well, I don't know. It's an I think the moral foundation theory checks out in my view, like based on the surveys he did. But he wasn't.
Really?
I think it does. Yeah. I've not read up on it in a while, so I'm not the most versed on it, but it seems to check out. But yeah. In terms of
the Albion, your turn, mate. What are you at?
It's like a tag team match against Royal Oak.
No, not at all. I like Royal Oak, and Royal Oak knows I like him, so not at all.
No, I think Jonathan Haidt is. I don't have anything against moral foundational theory or Jonathan Haidt. I think it doesn't paint the full picture, but I think that there's a lot of post hoc rationalization with people where they have certain temperaments and certain. So I think that one that I found most interesting from Haidt was how disgust influenced people's political opinions, and I would agree that it's got some merit to it. I don't know how much explanatory power it has, but I think it's an interesting read.
It's pretty progressive, though, if you look at it, really, isn't it? I mean, it's not exactly trad.
Well, I don't think any form of psychology could be considered traditional.
Absolutely correct, and that's my point. But yeah, I just think. Listen, I'm not slagging Royal Oak off. Royal Oak knows I like him. That's why he's a regular on the show. If I didn't like him, he wouldn't be. Like, if you're a regular on this show, I like you, because otherwise I don't have you on, basically. But I just think that I get where you get these mainland Europeans like Faust, for example. I'm going to have Faust on a stream later this week, by the way, because I can now get hold of it.
I'll get my popcorn ready for that one.
Yeah, I reckon it will be less antagonistic than you think, but we'll see. But I get where mainland Europeans think that the UK is this liberal kind of thing, and I get where it comes from. And some of it is because UK had liberal governments at that time, and we did have a lot of liberal / Whig governments, including absolute scumbags like Gladstone. Like, I would have struck Gladstone's head off very happily, in the same way that he cut down oak trees on his estate. But I don't think Britain was really liberal. I think it was, as kind of one or two of us have already said, semi-detached from Europe, because we're this very large offshore island. And we kind of developed in our own way because of that, And
if if I can extend an olive branch to the Continentals, I will sympathise in some of their anger towards the Anglosphere because it was world hegemon and still is, obviously not through Britain but through America. So, what's that? Sorry?
Totally different now.
I agree. I don't know how much longer they have on the world stage as hegemon, but at least up until now, they still remain it. So when we saw the liberalization, whether or not it started in Britain or whether or not it happened when the hegemon transferred to America, the liberalization of the Anglosphere saw the liberalization of most of the planet, and I think that they have some justified anger towards that.
Don't disagree. I think it was mainly the Yanks, to be honest. But...
Well, yeah, that's why I'm using the term Anglosphere, because I do think that most of the damage caused was when the reins had been transferred to America. But I would say that some of the Continentals might not see a distinction between those two.
I do. I like some Americans. I do. I've got American friends, but I ain't American.
The thing with America is, like, even I think it was in their Declaration of Independence, they said, what was it? All men are created equal.
All men are created equal.
Which is just
they didn't even mean that, because
they're not black.
Unlike Britain at the time, they still had slaves in America, which Britain did not have at that stage.
Well, yeah, so, America undoubtedly committed crimes against the black people of the country, but again, it's the. It was.
But they didn't. But hang on, they didn't, Roy. Like, really, like whilst I'm not a big American fan, the vast majority of the former slaves who were taken from Africa and Central America today have a much better life than they would have had if they stayed in Africa.
That's true. Yeah. But
and the vast majority of them would not even consider going back to Africa.
Well, yeah, they're in that society now. They're drip fed sort of by the state, a lot of them. But
so what you've actually got is you've got hypocrisy on all sides, basically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, mate. Carry on.
No. I was just going to say, like, I don't know, it's pretty indefensible. But even in terms of the impact it had on the US population. The North didn't do it because there wasn't any industries in the North that could really use like that sort of manual labor. The South did it because of the whole cotton thing. But to be honest, like, I think a lot of the people, frankly, who brought a lot of the slaves over knew perfectly well what they were doing and sort of wanted to subvert that society. I think that's quite likely based on some things I've seen.
And also the vast majority of the Confederate soldiers in the American Civil War didn't own any slaves. The overwhelming majority did not own one single slave. They were poor farmers and guys in little towns and stuff like this. Most of the Southern guys, like the Confederates, didn't own any slaves at all. So the idea of saying that that's what they were fighting for is like it's a modern relook at history. It's not what really was happening.
No, that's a given. I don't know. I was not sure what I was saying. the US is paused. Okay. They spread liberalism globally, didn't they?
Yeah, it is.
Who's more paused? Britain or the US?
Oh, US. Even
US.
The constitution of Ho Chi Minh's North Vietnam, actually, it said in the constitution of the US, it says all men are created equal and it was literally quoted by like communists. I think that tells you all you need to know. But
you couldn't have got a Brexit vote in America, the Albion. You know how everyone compared Brexit with Trump?
Yeah.
Not right. It's not right because Trump was far less of a change to the direction of the country than Brexit was. Hopefully, anyway. Hopefully, anyway.
In principle, maybe, but do you not think Brexit has been watered down to the point of meaninglessness?
Yes. Yeah. No, not meaninglessness.
Well,
I don't think they can do that. But I also,
you understand the points I'm making there.
Yeah, of course I do. But I also think like Britain is small enough. There's a very, very good article that I have to just go and check on. Hang on 1 second, guys.
I mean, obviously, the major other thing to mention about the difference between Britain and the US is the population changes, demographic change.
Scale.
What was that, sir?
And the scale of the countries,
yeah. So they're two of the main factors, I think.
All right, guys. There is a really good article. I'm going to suggest people go and watch. It's called "The Problem of America." It's on the Affirmative Right blogspot.com. It's a great article, and you have to read all of it to realize why I recommend it, because the first 2/3 of it is just about the Yanks. But if you read right to the end, it actually provides a bit more hope for Britain than it does America. So as I say, go and read The Problem of America on the Affirmative Right blogspot, which is a great site, by the way, that anyone on the right in politics these days needs to be subscribed to. And if you read all of that article, you'll see in the last quarter of it or so, Britain has a little bit more hope, maybe, if he's right, which I think maybe he is, than the US does.
Very possibly.
Well, I always hope so. I mean, it's like I'd be happy if America is saved, but it ain't my country. I don't really care. I mean, I care much more about Britain and Australia and Canada and New Zealand and even South Africa than I do about America, to be honest. Like America has spent the last, I don't know, 80 years like destroying every single thing I liked, but there we go. Not all Americans, incidentally. Many Americans are not bad guys at all. But America, the nation, spent most of its time destroying the British Empire, destroying the British Commonwealth, and basically working up all this woke, in inverted commas, politically correct bollocks that Biden and Harris are now heading, that is just evil as far as I'm concerned. I mean, the idea that supposedly liberal Britain under somebody like Lord Palmerston, for example, was evil compared to America under Obama or America under Biden and Harris is just laughable, frankly. I mean, Palmerston was the guy who said, send a gunboat, you know what I mean? It's like, if you did something nasty to the British when Palmerston was Prime Minister, you would end up with a gunboat and a load of Royal Navy and Royal Marine guys arriving on your doorstep saying, excuse me, what are you doing? It's like, there's no comparison between modern America and 19th century Britain, which many, many people on the right try and make. They'll say, oh, eternal Anglos, and I've even seen Faust do it occasionally, although to be fair to Faust, not very often. There's no comparison between 19th century Britain and America from, say, 1960 to now. No comparison at all. in terms of like posed progressive communist bollocks. No comparison at all. Not in universities, not in the military, not in the government. No. Now, if you wanted to say, is there a comparison between Alexander Johnson and Joe Biden? Yeah, I'd say they were equally scum. Both of them. I wouldn't, if they were both drowning, I wouldn't save either of them, frankly.
Well, I think that the liberalism of Britain formed America, but the progressivism of America didn't quite gel fully back within Britain. When you know, some parts of it have been absorbed by the intelligentsia or by the public, but a lot of the most extreme elements of American progressivism or modern progressivism just don't catch in England, and it feels very disingenuous when you see someone like a David Lammy who is educated in America. Some of the talking points that
I'd just send him back to Africa. I would say, off you go, man. You love it so much. Bye.
Some of the talking points that he would try to bring up that would land in America just don't catch on. So yeah,
but the Albion. You've got to be fair though. Like during the American War of Independence, first of all, you have to understand that the French, like, bankrupted themselves supporting the Americans. The Spanish supported the Americans, and to be fair to Faust in the chat, so did the Netherlands. They all supported the Americans. So the Brits are fighting those three nations as well as the Americans. But it was far, far worse than that, because most of the Whigs in Britain, both political and military and naval, there were politicians, many of them, who totally supported the Americans. There were army generals who totally supported the Americans. And there were Royal Navy admirals who totally supported the Americans, to the extent that there were generals and admirals who wouldn't fight against them. Plus, as I say, Britain's busy fighting against the French and the Dutch and the Spanish. And that's where, like, that's why we lost, basically, is because half of, if you like, the elites of Britain didn't want to fight against the Americans in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And from my understanding as well, before the Tea Party, there was a lot of misinformation being given about the severity of the feeling within America. It was really being downplayed how much resistance that was being put up. Because obviously communication at that stage it could be weeks between correspondence. And we just weren't being properly informed.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even that. It was like during what the Americans call the French and Indian Wars, which was the 7 Years' War in Europe, the British spent loads of money because we put loads of troops in there and we beat the shit out of the French and their Indian allies and all this kind of shit. And yeah, sure, the local North American guys helped. Of course they did. But it was mostly British soldiers. And so after that war, understandably enough, the British government thought, well, let's put a little tax on all these Americans who we have just given a continent to by being the French. But no taxation without representation. But they didn't actually want British MPs. There were some conservative Brits who said, well, if you want some British MPs, we'll give you some. But they didn't want them. It was an excuse.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously just a phrase to be thrown around that didn't really have any merit to it.
Yeah. And it was the American War of Independence was a civil war.
Yes.
In which the independence side, they didn't mind raping, killing, and murdering people who were loyalists. And they did so more than the British loyalist side did, which is possibly partly why they won. I don't want to be nasty to Americans, but it's true. And loads of those Americans then moved to Canada. Loyalists Americans, when they could escape, moved to Canada, which is why in the War of 1812, which the Americans insist they fought to a draw, which was absolute crap. They lost totally. America tried to invade Canada 3 times, and they were totally defeated, partly by the Canadian British settlers, partly by the ex-American loyalists who'd moved there, and partly by the French Quebecois, who didn't want to be American either. So, there's a lot of nonsense talked about the American Revolution. But if you want to look at it, if you want to look at a real liberal load of crap, look at the American Revolution, supposedly. And then look that the French, who spent so much money supporting the Americans, it was that which caused France to go bankrupt, which directly caused the French Revolution.
As I'm sure you know more than me, history is always written by the victor. So, yes.
Yeah, but hey, who won the French Revolution? It wasn't the ancient regime, was it?
What is the current narrative of the French Revolution, though? I don't even know.
I think most people like it in terms of, if you're going to look at university history, which to me is baby history, but if you're going to look at it that way, most people like it. But the French Revolution was absolutely caused, ultimately, by the vast amounts of money the French kingdom spent helping the Americans. And well, that did the world a lot of good, didn't it? But you see, if you then look at this stuff from the American side, and here is where I have a bit of a problem with academic agent. Academic agent writes or does around about half his streams, or maybe a bit more, to suit Americans, okay? Because that's where his money comes from. And to be fair, he lost his university job. He's got to keep his family going, okay? So I'm not going to slag him off from that point of view at all. I'm not. If you're the father of a family, your first duty is to, support your family. But you can't talk about the American Revolution in a sensible way in terms of what us guys are talking about now. You can't talk about it in a sensible way because most Americans don't get it. Yeah, you'll get the odd American who will say, oh yeah, maybe America shouldn't have rebelled against the British King, but it's only a few. Most of them will never fucking get it. Excuse my language. They just won't, because it just goes against every single thing they've ever read since they were kids in school.
It's a foundational myth to their nation. So I can understand why they don't want to deconstruct it. But,
but they'll get some of them will get the French Revolution, but won't realize that the French Revolution was almost a direct result of the American War of Independence.
Yeah.
People don't see the chains of history where one thing leads to another. And like I said, it's almost impossible to say to an American that the Americans think they won the War of they think they drew the War of 1812 when they totally lost the War of 1812. They took 2 or 3 British frigates until the Royal Navy, who was fighting for its life against the French and Napoleon, could send enough ships across to the western side of the Atlantic, at which point every single American ship was either captured or blockaded in port, and all of American trade stopped. And they launched 3 invasions of Canada, all of which were defeated totally. But somehow they drew that war. How? Because their main aim was to capture Canada. You know, these days you'll see loads of bullshit about sailors' rights and all that crap. But that wasn't the main aim of the country when they went to war. For fuck's sake, they had 6 frigates and a few smaller ships against the Royal Navy that had like 300 warships. And the only reason they could even think about starting the war at sea was because most of them were fighting against the French and the Spanish and the Dutch, as always. So it was just nonsense. And it's very, very difficult to get even quite intelligent people to go back and look at this stuff and say, you know what, you're kind of right about that. But yeah, the Brits were the liberal bastards of the world. Americans were great. Jeez.
Yeah, there is I don't know if it's an insecurity that we find in national myths nowadays, but you know, we look at some of the most important figures that we've had, and you look at someone like Shakespeare. He didn't glorify. I mean, some parts he glorified, but for the most part, it was a very warts and all retelling of events, and that's part of the beauty of the national myth, is understanding where the mistakes were made, where you know, where the great have fallen and where they've succeeded. But there is, I think, with the mythos of America, this need to have it as a completely bleach white American founding on pure liberal values, and the Constitution is the second Bible, and you know, there can be no other interpretation for some Americans that questioning the actions of the founding fathers.
But where they are now is leading to their own destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I say they, I mean real Americans, mostly of European descent. They're leading to their own destruction. Even the right-wing guys, it's leading to their own destruction because they're sticking to this nonsense narrative. I mean, it's like the British Army won more battles in the American War of Independence than the Americans did. That's just a fact. They did. They won more of the battles.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody wants to hear that because it's just, you know, oh yeah, stupid redcoats all shot down by these brilliant American riflemen. Whereas most American troops didn't use rifles, they used muskets, you know, just like the Brits did. And they were mostly French muskets, it has to be said. It's, I don't know. I just think there's a lack of common sense these days. And that is one of the things that leads me to this problem with supposed elites. Like many of these people who would claim to be elites don't have the least understanding of history, not even slightly superficially. You know, you'll say to them, when was this? And like they won't even know. And if you don't understand your history, you don't know who you are, which of course is why the left constantly spends so much energy destroying our history and our statues and our traditions, because that's the way you destroy people.
Yes, if you cut all non-material roots of a people's, then all they have to fall back on is, as we've seen, materialism and consumerism. So,
leisure suits and McDonald's is pretty sad.
Yes,
it's like it, and it's got nothing to do with Britain at all. I mean, it's mostly like it's just fake shit, man. All right, guys. I'm gonna end this in a sec. Roy, you got anything else you want to bring up or shill or anything?
I suppose, I don't know. I think the Albion's got a channel, hasn't he? He's not got. We should probably shill that, seeing it's the first time he's been on.
I was going to do that, but yeah, carry on.
Subscribe to me as well if you want. Royal Oak with
Oh
an
yeah, Royal Oak has a good channel. I sometimes even go on his channel. It's a good channel.
Thank you. So, yeah.
The Albion. Got something you want to shill?
Yes.
Talk to at the end?
Yeah, I'll shill. I'm not particularly good at it, but I am going to be starting my own channel at some stage. But I currently run one where it's just live streams of either essays or books. It's called Magnum Opie. For the books, we just analyze text, fictional text, and for the essay streams, we either look at interviews or quite popular essays that are written. One that's had quite a lot of traction recently. Our most recent one was on the death penalty Q&A written by Peter Hitchens. We kind of did it on the death penalty in general and used his essay as a springboard, but that seems to have got quite a lot of views in comparison to everything else. So yeah, that's Magnum Opie, and I will be setting up my own separate one for more thought out pre-recorded video soon.
Cool, mate.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. Royal Oak has an excellent channel. He does a stream roughly this time tomorrow. So
I'm not sure if I'll do it this week though, because I've run out of StreamYard. But I want to do topic streams. I don't really want to do weekly news streams, but because there's already loads of them already. But so
how much have you used, Royal Oak?
I've used all of it. So
what,
because
20 hours.
Yeah, I used it as of. That's why I streamed on OBS on Wednesday.
Well, so get the way to get around that one is to get your get your Gurkha mate to do one.
Could do. I'll ask him if he wants to, but he's only got. I think he's only got about 70 sub. We could sub to Right Honourable Limbu as well. He might stream on there.
Yeah, Right Honourable Limbu has a good channel. He's the son of a Gurkha officer and a good bloke. I would say use Limbu's channel.
I'll ask him. But...
Yeah, do that, and you'll get in more subs that way as well. And I'll come on if you want, if I'm awake, which I may or may not be. The Albion, thank you very much for coming on. Most impressed with your contributions. Been good.
Yeah, it's been great. Thank you for having me. And next time I'll be on from the start. Sorry, I had to join in so late. I was savoring the freedom that I was given whilst we have it, and it was very bizarre. Actually, being in a pub, well, not in a pub, but just near the vicinity of a pub, being served. Quite surreal.
Yeah, no, it's. I was most impressed with your stuff. Okay, guys, I'm going to play us a tune to go out. And it's going to be another one from Patriotic Archive, who is a channel with loads of military and patriotic music. I would suggest you subscribe to. He has an excellent channel. So we're going to do that. Assuming it works.
Cheer up, lads, taste the glory we see. To plant something more to this wonderful game. To honor we call you the present and slave. For who are so free as the sound of the wind. Out of home on the ship, jolly stars on our men. We go with the wind. Steady, boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. We never see our foes, but we reach and we stay. They never see us, but they wish us away. If they run, why we follow our ground and we show. And if they will fight us, we cannot remove. Out the road, our ship, jolly stars are men. We always defend you. Steady, boys, steady.
All right, gents. That was obviously Hearts of Oak, the official march of the Royal Navy, as it damn well should be. Thanks for joining us. Albion, just to let you know, in the private chat, Royal Oak would like a link to your channel, please. Okay, thanks for joining us, ladies and gents. Go well, and I'll probably see you before next Saturday, because I think I'm going to go and do a stream with Faust at some point, depending who I can get to come and do it with me. Go well, and always remember, Great Britain forever.